may I have this opportunity to introduce the next key speaker, Dr. Jia Chintala, who is going to deliver the keynote address on investing in sustainable tomorrow. So honestly, I have no words to describe you, given your professional endeavors and also your personality. Thanks to all your support to AgHub, you've always been there. But as a formality, I would deliver. Dr. Jia Chintala was the former chairman of NABARD. He has a vast experience of 35 plus years. His initiatives include digitization of world's largest microfinance program under Project eShakti, roadmap for amalgamation of regional rural banks, promoting and nurturing FPOs, livelihood enterprise development programs, area development schemes, and alternative energy models. Over to you, sir. I request you to kindly come over and deliver the speech to the audience. Thank you.
There is quite a lot of things that are happening in the entire agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing? And what are the issues really that are plaguing, and how actually the new economy, particularly the startup kind of a thing, is shaping up the Indian agriculture. So with this, I would like to start my speech. The dignitaries on the dais, Sri G.A. Tadas, fellow and also T20 engagement group, Sri Gareth Wine Owen from High Commission of Britain, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Madam Kalpana Shastri, and all others who are there in the audience, and my dear alma mater students. I belong to this university. When it was an undivided university, actually I am a student and alumni of this university, and I studied at Bapatla, then subsequently I went to IRI, then from there to NABARD, and in NABARD actually I was there in almost all places, and finally as a chairman I was there. And that time actually, that when we are thinking of doing something for that new agricultural scenario that is going to happen, that's where this incubation center idea, which was already floating in the university, has come. Because before that, actually in 3 or 4 universities, NABARD had given these incubation centers, and Telangana Agriculture University, which is again my alma mater, actually they are requesting me, since you became chairman of NABARD, why can't you give something to your university? So we thought that actually it is best thing is to pay my gratitude to my alma mater. We gave that grant to AgHub. And also subsequently we gave quite a lot of a catalytic capital also to this one, because one is AgHub is nothing but a kind of ecosystem builder, actually, where you have created a kind of an infra, and you have staff, you have the mentors, you have people who are doing this thing. But at the same time, when a particular enterprise graduates to a particular little bit of a marketable kind of an enterprise, actually you require capital. So for that, actually you require either angel investors, venture capitalists, or the debt givers, or anyone, and at the same time you should need something else, because many a time the bankers still have got a kind of their apprehensions, because banks' money has to be collected back with interest. Actually, that is what the basic banking is. But in case of a developmental financial institution, actually we have a particular scheme where a part of our profit we will put it into this kind of a ventures and see that the ecosystems develop a lot. So that is how this whole of this thing has started. So now we are extremely happy that AgHub is doing wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world. Now here I just want to see, because my topic is investing in a sustainable tomorrow. Actually now the topic is very, very innovative, because unless you invest today, you just can't live in tomorrow, because you can't graduate to the tomorrow. So that's why that investing in a sustainable tomorrow is a very, very important topic. So here I just made, actually that I thought that I may have to deliver a lecture of 1 or 2 hours. So I just prepared because we generally deliver lectures in such a kind of elaborate things. So first I just thought that, okay, I will try to do a thing as to how this entire ecosystem is getting nurtured. That is, the investments are happening for a sustainable tomorrow. Just take of this SDGs, actually that Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, we are there in this development banking for the past 35 years. My entire career spanned there. Actually, that there are quite a lot of goals. Earlier, it used to be Millennium Development Goals, graduated into the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, you just look into these SDGs or anything, they are nothing but the universal truths. Every citizen of the world should have an access to the good drinking water, he should have good food, he should have access to nutrition, access to education, access to employment. There should be a kind of a little bit, no damage to the environment, and underwater kind of a thing. That is the thing in the marine life, everything has to be protected. These are all the universal truths on which actually we are all working. But really how far we are able to do this kind of a thing. Now take the case of human dignities, take the case of the livelihoods, take the case of depredation, take the case of throwing back the people into the poverty because of pandemic or some other kind of a thing. Actually, these are all the things which we may have to think a bit about it. And at the same time, the primary occupation of the world, and particularly in India, where 70% of the people still reside in villages, and almost 50% of the people depending on agriculture, whether we are investing for their sustainable tomorrow. Now, this is the thing which probably we all may have to ponder, as I say that quite a lot of a damage is happening to the natural capital that is available to us, to the people in the world. Natural capital is nothing but the clean environment, very good agroclimatic situations, and also the soil and water resources, which are the basic things for this entire natural thing. But what exactly is happening with this kind of a natural capital? Over a period of time, actually this natural capital is getting degraded. Fragmentation is, I'm not talking about, because fragmentation is another part of the economy, economic kind of an issue. But thing is, the normal soil which we are cultivating for the past millions of years, particularly in the last 70 years, actually we have done quite a lot of a damage by putting so much of an unwanted quantities of fertilizer. I am not saying that fertilizer should not be used, but when it is not required also we try to put it. Likewise, unwanted amount of the pesticides, fungicides, weedicides, they are all creating a kind of a damage to this natural soil asset, that is the soil. And what about the water resources? Now, many places, we are just tampering with the entire ecology. We are just denuding the forests. Most of the hills are getting crushed for the granite and other kind of things. And in the process, the natural water courses are getting almost dried up. And in the process, actually, we are not having access to the water for irrigation and all those things. Then, what exactly we are doing to do this kind of a thing? To just ameliorate this kind of a situation. Now, quite a lot of things are happening all over the world. Everybody is talking very loudly as to what we should do. Now, this natural capital has to be restored. If somebody is calling it as a regenerative agriculture, that is a very narrow term, I'll say. But thing is actually rejuvenation of this entire thing. The ecosystem is the thing which we have to talk about. So, if that is the case, what exactly the investments that are required for this kind of a regeneration of the things, ecosystem? Now, who is going to put this kind of a investments? Now, many times, it's very easy to talk. Actually, everybody tells about, actually, we should do this, we should do this, we should. But the thing is, who is going to bell the cat? Public sector, private sector, governmental, non-governmental, and also as a citizens, actually, we all have a role to play in this kind of a thing. Now, I just like to see that really what exactly is the ecosystem rebuilding. Take the case of water scarcity. Now, if you just look into the statistics, in 1950s or 1960s, before the Green Revolution started, in Punjab, the water table was just around 5 feet. Now, today it is 1,000 feet depth. Likewise, whether it is in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is Punjab, everywhere actually the situation is same. Because before Green Revolution, none of us were extracting the groundwater the way we are extracting today. The new motors, the submersible pump sets, free power, and everything is really causing enormous kind of a thing, acceleration to this kind of an exploitation of the natural resource. So the natural capital of the groundwater is getting depleted. Then what about the soil? We are putting very heavy machinery on the soil when it is not required. Most of the animal power has been dispensed with. Actually, then we are not adding the organic manure. And at the same time, we have done away with all the kinds of good agricultural practices. And we started doing chemical farming because it's very easy for the farmer to just put 2 bags of urea to make the field green rather than putting 1 ton or 2 tons of a farm-made manure. That's why actually they are also not interested. So now, are we doing enough to restore this kind of a system, to restore the soils, to do the things? So then, what kind of a things which we have to do here? Then the next one is, is there any kind of a resilience thinking on our part? Now actually that resilient agriculture, resilient ecosystem is a very common thing which we talk about. But thing is, what is the resilience thinking which we are all thinking about? Because today everywhere you just take any document, whether it is in the banking, United Nations, or for that matter any kind of a documents which you take, everybody talks very loudly actually that ESG, ESG, ESG. What exactly ESG and how many are adapting to this kind of ESG? Environmental, social and governance kind of a standards have become a kind of a norm. That's what everybody says that people have to adopt it, though it is voluntary. Now many times people are writing that kind of we are adopting the ESG, but thing is what kind of a compliances which we are having, and really what kind of a cost actually people are incurring on this kind of ESG compliances. And thing is, what the investors are looking at it, because I being a banker for the past 35 years and also headed a $100 billion bank with almost $1 billion of profit. Actually, I know really what exactly the investors look into it whenever I speak about the ESG. Now actually that when I look into that investing for this sustainable tomorrow, most of the investors actually whenever somebody is going for that raising money from abroad, they say that actually what are your ESG norms? Because now nobody wants to have a very short-term kind of a returns. Everybody says that the enterprise which you are creating should be a very, very long-term and it should deliver goods to the people without damaging the environment on a sustainable basis. So if that is the case, that ESG norms have become almost mandatory, though actually it is voluntary for the time being. So now, are we really looking into the ESG norms very sincerely and also in a very deep kind of a thing? That also which we have to do it. Then the next one is that what exactly, that is who is going to make this entire thing viable, because maybe Act 2, that is the system, that is the ecosystem, because ultimately I say that the money is the one which makes man move. Likewise, the money is the one which makes everything to work. So if that is the case, somebody has to invest in making this entire system very sustainable. So then actually who is this somebody? And what kind of a systems actually have been created? And what measures the government of India and also state governments are taking? And what systems actually the institutions like NABARD and others have put in place to do this kind of a thing? Now I just like to look into it. Probably many of you, though you may be students, you may not be looking into that credit part of agriculture. If I just reel out a little bit of a stats, I'll say that in 1950s, India was producing just 50 million tons of food grains and less than 70 million tons of fruits and vegetables, and hardly any kind of a sugar, and oil seeds and everything was a scarcity. Milk was almost abysmal quantity, but in the last 70-75 years, actually we have done wonders. Today we are producing close to 215 million tons of food grains, close to around 250 million tons of fruits and vegetables, 200 million tons of milk, and 15 million bales of cotton. And oil seeds actually not self-sufficient but still very reasonable. Likewise, meat and other things actually we are producing. But when doing all these things, what exactly is the trigger for this kind of a thing? Actually, if you look into it, in 1950s, 60s, and even 70s also, early 70s, the credit from the institutions was almost nil. Only the cooperative banks used to be the sole kind of a credit purveyors to the agriculture, and they had a very limited resources. And in 2000, if I take the statistics, in 2000 to 2022, if I really look into the statistics, in 2001, entire credit given to the agriculture, including allied sector, was just 56,000 crores, which is equivalent to close to around $7 billion as on date. But right now, we are giving $200 billion as the agricultural credit. That is close to around 18 lakh crores. So now, when I look into it, really how this 18 lakh crores is going to the farmers, because Government of India has come out with a system of subventing the interest rates. Actually now, any farmer in the country is getting loan at 4% up to 3 lakh rupees. So that is the biggest thing. Actually somebody is investing. I told that actually who has to invest? You see the government, which is doing quite a lot, but at the same time the beneficiaries are everyone in this country. Then the next one is with regard to the various schemes the Government of India has come out with regard to the food processing, with regard to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, with regard to the Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund, Fisheries Infrastructure. Then as a kind of a safety net, we have a PMFSBY, and we have so many other kinds of things. So everything is being invested by the government and the public sector. And at the same time, there are so many institutions, including institutions like NABARD, who are the agents for the United Nations Fund for the Climate Change. Actually, we have done quite a lot of work in initiating these climate change projects. Today, whether we like or not, climate change is real. Now we have reached a 1.5 degrees centigrade, and by 2040 it is going to be a norm, and the moment it is going to be the norm, actually your entire cropping system is undergoing a change. Now take the case of hailstorm and rains during this period of time, which is unexpected and which is damaging the entire orchard crops, likewise the normal crops. Likewise, actually we are having droughts, we are having very incessant rains when it is not required, and there's a lot of runoff, and all these things are happening. We need to tackle this climate change in a very big way. The other thing that is happening, actually, when we are looking into the climate change projects and actually financing it, we found that excessive drawing of groundwater, particularly in the coastal areas, because we are having very long coastline in the entire country, actually there is an incursion of seawater into the entire soil. And that again making the soil, water is saline. So now these are all the issues which we have to look into it. So when I am looking into these things, actually that what kind of investments actually we require to do in this kind of a thing, because for investing for a sustainable tomorrow, actually that we have to invest quite a lot. Some of the areas which I will say that where the investments have to flow, first thing is with regard to the soil and water conservation, whether it is the watersheds, whether it is creating a kind of a sustainable infrastructure. And the next one is the clean energy. Actually, without going into that kind of a fossil fuel energy, we should go into the solar, wind and other things. And there also investments are happening. And beyond that, actually what more which we can do is increasing the water use efficiency, increasing the crop productivity, creating the new seeds, new genetic kind of a systems. All those things are also required. So there also the investments have to happen. Now, this is one part. Actually, now these are the things happening and some other things. But thing is, what is the latest buzz on the whole of this thing? It's the startups. Earlier, maybe some 7 or 8 years back, actually startups was a very new word. Actually, nobody was aware what exactly meant by startups. But today, in the country as a whole, we are having 80,000 startups. We are world's number 3 after United States, China. Then India is the world's number 3. With regard to agriculture startups, we have around 3,000 startups in the country. And when I go into, because every time, many times actually many people ask me to be their mentor and also to be on their board. But now actually I look into various startups, actually really how they are doing. Actually I found that out of these 3,000, at least some 100 are very, very promising, and they attain a scale, and also they are doing quite well. Actually that there are, if you really look into it, actually how the startups actually entire thing has been arranged. Some of them are into agronomical issues because they are going to the crop production, giving the precision farming tools, then the advisory, equipment, everything is one part. Then the next one is with regard to improving the biological kind of a thing, that is the genetics, recombinant DNA techniques, and also creating the new kind of a varieties, and also the microbial structures, doing so many things with regard to this thing. Then the third one with regard to the mechanization, because now that mechanization is the one which is really gaining quite a lot of an importance because of reduced manpower to do this kind of a work, and also the intricacies involved with regard to the wages and everything. So that's why many people are opting for the mechanization. Now actually I could see one of the machines here, which is an electric robo, and there are many such kind of a versions are there, Farm Sathi, Electric Bull, X machines or such kind of a things. Now these are the things where farmers are going to rely upon in future. Now if that is the case, are we really doing anything to support them and also integrate them into the kind of an agricultural systems which we are trying to look into it? So now, likewise, in animal husbandry, actually that many of the people with the agricultural university, actually we never look into the animal husbandry as one of the major thing, but otherwise, if you take the entire agriculture as a kind of a segment where allied activities also have got a big role, animal husbandry and fisheries are contributing substantial amount to the GDP, the agricultural GDP. So now I finished, but anyhow, I'll just take few more minutes to do this one. So now, when these animal husbandry things are happening, how actually 2 or 3 path-breaking things have happened. Some people have created animal malls, because generally animals are purchased just like that, but now actually there are so many startups that have come, where they say that they first take the animals, then they examine them, they grade them, they put the price for them, and they are trying to deliver it to the farmers who are going to buy it. So in that way, there is a guarantee. And there are some people in the animal husbandry which are doing the quality control of everything actually which they are doing. And some of them are doing into the genetics part of it. And likewise, so many things are happening with regard to these new startups that are there in this one. So now, when so many things are happening, what exactly is the maybe the scale actually they attained? Actually, if you look into this one, out of these 3,000 startups, 2,950 startups, at least I can say, might be in the range of around 1 to 2 crores, not beyond that. But the remaining 50 have reached a level of around 500 crores to 1,000 crores, and some of them are going to be unicorns also in agriculture. So now, that is one thing which we have to look into it, actually which kind of ideas which we have and what kind of a, maybe the funding which we are going to get out of this and all those things. So now, the latest is that the startup culture is right now, startup winter is happening, that is venture capital wintering is happening. Many of the startups are not getting the money from the same venture capitalists. So now the government of India and the normal banking system is trying to pitch in for such kind of a thing. And the SVB Bank of United States collapse had really created a dent in the startup funding. And today, actually, if you have read the pink papers, they say that now that Indian Banking Association has started a new startup kind of a funding platform within the banking system through the Gift City. So now this is the one. So finally, I'll say that ecosystem has to be built, agriculture has to be rejuvenated, and the new innovations have to happen to keep the things very this thing. And also, in case if we have to be in the future, because you cannot be hungry in future, you cannot have clothes in the future, you cannot have a kind of a bad kind of a weather in the future. So for all that, we need to invest today, and maybe some of the investments like this Ag Hub is a very small thing. Likewise, actually, so many investments have to happen. So I'll say that future is very bright, but the policy makers and thinkers and also the students have to come up with their ideas as to really how we will do it. So finally, before winding up, I will say that investing for sustainable tomorrow, people should invest in their health also. Without going through yoga, without going through a kind of a regular regimen of exercise, you cannot enjoy the fruits of tomorrow. So I will say that invest in health today for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you, thank you.
Hearing from all the delegates who have been there, the startup exhibitors, a lot of other investors, everybody have been very vocally telling me that there has been a lot of networking and a lot of exchange and learning experiences. All this has to culminate, and now we are about to start the concluding session. It's going to be in a different mode, but before that, may I request Ms. Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, Mr. Atul Kaushik, Dr. Satyanarayana, Madam Sushila, please come on to the dais. Mr. Anil Ipur, sir, kindly. Vijay, please come. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We have with us, of course, I'm sure everybody now knows Madam Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, and you all know that she is the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park. But in the afternoon session, she comes before us as one of the founder members or foundation members of the Startup 20. Her role in this concluding session, apart from being a partnering organization from IKP, is more on the role which the Startup 20 is playing in the entire year's activities of the G20. And can there be some sort of a link between Think 20 and what we call Startup 20, because there are many overlaps. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Atul Kaushik, the GDC fellow, who is based in Delhi in the Research and Information System for developing countries, which plays a very crucial role in trying to converge and synergize some of the developmental activities, and which can be lessons for us. I'm sure many of you would have seen today some of the nice films which were played on the screen, digital screen just outside the hall. And there were already a lot of success stories and lessons which we in India can probably look at and try to see and maybe even improve those. So a warm welcome to you, sir, also. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Anil Ipur Garu, unknown face in PGTSU. He has been very, very closely associated with all the activities. I'm sure everybody in this auditorium will remember the CIE Tech Conclave, which has been very judiciously being taking place every May. I had just requested him to be part of this session, and he just said yes, and a big yes, and that shows the commitment and the way he supports all our activities, not only in AGHA but also in PGTSU. He has been in the forefront. He has been the what we call president of the Confederation of Indian Industry, and continues to play a major role in the state and as well as in this entire region. And I have utmost pleasure in welcoming Madam Sushila Chintala Garu, who is the CGM in NABARD TSRO, as the guest of honor. I also take this opportunity to welcome, of course, through the online medium to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, the Principal Secretary and Department of IT and GC of Government of Telangana, who was gracious enough, despite the fact he is very busy on a 30th and he's traveling since 1 week, but he said immediately when I requested him, he said, I will come, I'll join you virtually. We have to be innovative. So I'll start without even talking about what has happened since morning and play a small video recording, which I would love all of you to see. Maybe some of the students will feel pleased because they'll see their faces. On March 17th, we at AgHub, in partnership with IKP and NABARD support, we had organized an event which we called as Youth, the Game Changers and Challengers. So instead of my telling what we really did, we'll just go through this clipping. But the basic idea was, we thought everybody has talked today in the final day on 29th, but the youth need that platform and voice to voice their ideas. And I think that has been a great way of communicating, because we found some fantastic ideas coming from the minds and brains of the students of the university. My full compliments to them, and they did a great job. This we called as Gen Y, deliberately Gen Y and not Z, because I feel some will be in the Gen Y generation. That youth here also from this geography have a great idea, and their contributions are definitely articulated. We hope, if RIS can consider it as a request, that the extempore were great, and if there's an opportunity in the task force final meetings in any time, we would be very happy to, take our youth and give them a chance to participate in that. With this, I would also now like to just a small brief that we had 4 thematic sessions after the inaugural in the morning, but the whole idea was to set ourselves to thinking about it. And one feedback I can give you from Mr. Tadas was, this workshop should have been done much earlier. The Task Force 6 would have had a very great, base background, as we have started our work since December, but if we had this before, we would have had better platform to articulate to the other members of the task force. So I take that as a credit, that there was a lot of participation, there was understanding of research and agriculture, the toolkit of new emerging technologies coming from non-agriculture, how are they getting into the system, and use them as the ideas coming as processes, coming as technologies, coming as products, and then becoming businesses. The whole, chain of events was what we were looking at. We had different modes, and I'm so happy that all the panel discussions were very intense. Many of the panel discussion wanted more time. Many of the startups had questions, but I'm sure in all forms, there has to be some sort of a gradation. And I'm sure all of you at one-on-one, I did see some B2B meetings also happening in the round tables here. So all in all, it has been a good way of things. I must compliment and all the exhibitors who have come. We insisted on them to come by 7:30, the technology showcase and exhibition, by the participating startups, by my Bens who have come all the way from Ladakh, from Gujarat, from also Jharkhand, they have come all the way, and which shows some of the efforts being made at the grassroots level in the rural communities. Those are also lessons for India to take it on in this. With this brief about the 4 sessions, I now take this opportunity first to call upon Madam Dipanvita to talk about the convergence of Startup 20 to T20 program.
See how people took to the theme of Think 20 Task Force 6 on agriculture and sustainability, inclusion, and debated and deliberated on the 4 topics that you had selected. Regarding, you mentioned about Startup 20, most of you would know that in India's presidency for G20, Startup 20 has been put as a new engagement group. There are several engagement groups already present. India thought that this is time to talk about startups as a separate engagement group. What this engagement group is doing is, we have split into 5 task forces under the chairmanship of Dr. Chintan Vaishnav of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. One task force is called Foundation Task Force, the second one is Alliance, third one is Finance, fourth is Inclusivity or Inclusion, and fifth is Sustainability. I am part of the Foundation Task Force, which is basically to say what would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak on. Because startup is defined differently in different countries. India has a certain definition which has the age of the startup, like 10 years. It talks about a revenue cap. It talks, in some countries, in India also, innovation is defined. In some countries, like South Korea, they say all SMEs are startups. So the definition itself varies from country to country. The task that we have taken up is to come out with a handbook of definition and terminologies of startup. So it's a framework that we are going to offer, and probably other countries are going to adopt from the framework so that we have a common language. This would be required even if there is a fund that's set up which is across the G20 nations, a G20 fund for startups. That would require a common language of what a startup is, and so on and so forth. So that's been very exciting. What I liked about this, and Dr. Kalpana, in my session, we were talking of startups. That would be an important aspect, because what we can carry from the Think 20 task force, the discussions today, and link to the Startup 20 group. Actually, in terms of inclusion of startups and inclusivity group and sustainability group, agriculture is part of that group. There's no separate agriculture group within the Startup 20 engagement. But we can actually look at what groups, the task forces that are working on inclusivity and sustainability, and how the Think 20 communicate that goes can be linked to. Because ultimately what will happen is we produce either a few documents or have a communique from each engagement group. So Think 20 would also have a communique which for the G20 Sherpa and the leaders of the G20 countries. And if there is a common language of communique between the startup group, at least part of it can be with the Think 20 task force. That will be something very useful. I also wanted to mention in the passing, Create, which is a partner of the Startup 20 Secretariat, has come up with a G20 fellowship, which is basically a fellowship for studying. It's a one-year fellowship, 75,000 or 80,000. They said roughly $1,000 per month for a fellowship for a year to do research on startup ecosystems, which I thought was, can we actually from Think 20 do on agriculture such fellowship? Is there a possibility for RIS to actually institute a fellowship of a similar kind where you do agricultural systems research across these countries? It is not about a startup research, it's an agricultural systems research. And if there are some benefits that we can gain out of it. Because the idea of what we are doing in Startup 20 and how we can link, I thought let's mention that. And I have also mentioned to Dr. Chintan Vaishnav that IKP will launch a grand challenge. We have not decided on the topic, so I'm unable to announce that, among all the G20 countries. So that will be announced probably in the next task force that we have in April, 17th, 18th April, we have another meeting. Probably we will announce it then or in the May one. But from the Startup 20 side, there are these sideline events which are relating to all the 20 member states are doing. if it is possible for Think 20 to do, it will be, I think it will be a great thing. So thank you so much.
Now request Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of ITEC, Government of Telangana. Before I call the dignitary on stage, I have opportunity and privilege to introduce Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is the member of the Indian Administrative Service of the 1992 batch and has been working in the state of Telangana. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a degree in business management from the IIM Kolkata, and a master's in public management from Lee Kuan New School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. He has done short courses in the University of Birmingham on environmental policy analysis, JICA Training Institute, Tokyo on rake remediation, London School of Economics on global and leadership, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University in public policy, and Swedish Institute Stockholm on sustainability and CSR. He is All India topper of his IAS batch of 1992. So we have this wonderful opportunity. We are having a very diverse group of stakeholders led by eminent dignitaries from various partnering organizations from the global ecosystem and Indian ecosystem. We also have stakeholders from the agricultural university, the scientific ecosystem, and a group of students and entrepreneurs. We'll be very privileged to have your talk, sir. I request you to kindly enlighten the audience. Thank you so much.
In Telangana, as some of you would be aware, agriculture is a very important focus for the government. In fact, eight and a half years of our new state of Telangana have gone by, and I can share with you that almost 60% of the state's budget year after year in these last 8.5 years has been spent on creating and improving agriculture infrastructure, which of course which includes irrigation facilities, but also agriculture extension work, direct agriculture support to the farmer, which today has become a national policy, and so on and so forth. So when so much is happening in agriculture, we feel that this is the right time to find out if technology can also enable higher productivity, higher production, reduction of losses which farmers incur otherwise as well. And therefore, for the last about approximately 4 years plus now, we have designed this program. In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture, or improving agriculture, or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed. And all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields, till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved. We also noticed that the practices throughout this chain, which a large farmer undertakes, is very different from what a small farmer or a marginal farmer undertakes. So obviously the inefficiencies for a small or a marginal farmer are even greater than that of a large farmer. And then for almost 2 years, more than 2 years in fact, we spent time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps, or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, some are again relying on devices like a drone or a robot, and so on and so forth. But potentially 80 plus technologies through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses. And again, with the help of our partner here, the State Agriculture University in Hyderabad, we have decided that some of these some of these solutions which appear promising will be first tested and tried out, and then we will scale it up. And as you would have learned by now, Agriculture University has its own farmlands of different soil types, of different microclimates, and we have been able to implement of the 80 odd solutions that I spoke about, approximately about 18 of them. And we monitor those results very closely. And again, I'm very happy to share with you that the meticulousness through which the solutions were sourced, that is reflecting on the fact that a majority of the solutions, when the field trials have been conducted, have yielded very, very positive results, very encouraging results. And we are ready right now to at least scale up 5 of these technology solutions which have been identified. And this approach that you look at end-to-end solutions, use all possible technologies, is kind of something which is working well. Since I mentioned earlier that we are also looking at the challenges that the small and marginal farmers face, we have decided to make these technologies as easy to implement and as affordable as possible. Because again, all of us know, farmers, most of them, a majority of them themselves do not have very high levels of formal education or too much of familiarity with gadgets or technology, etc. So unless you create a version which is very, very simple, more or less it is self-explanatory, you will get a huge pushback from the farmers. There'll be a mindset that these technologies are not for us. It is only for those people who live in the cities, who speak English and all those things. So we are very careful in ensuring that the usage of the technology, the adoption of the technology is at the level of the farmers. I again feel very happy to share with you that most of the 80 solutions that we have compiled in our compendium are sourced from young innovators and entrepreneurs, from startups essentially. And this again has happened because of a very progressive policy on innovation and startups that Telangana has, which mentions, first of all, the Telangana state itself offers lots of incubation facilities. So you would have heard about IKP, you would have heard about the Ag Hub, which is there in our Agriculture University. These are just 2 of 70 such facilities which are there in Hyderabad. Not 5 or 10 or 15 or 20. Hyderabad has the largest number of innovation spaces for any city in the country, which includes incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces. And 9 of these incubators, accelerators and co-working spaces are dedicated to agriculture. There's an incubation facility at ICRISAT, which is called, again, IHUB, NARM, Manage, Indian Institute of Millet Research. Many of these institutions have focused incubation programs for agtech startups. And we also have another feature in our policy which mentions that if it is a homegrown startup with a solution which is of relevance to the government, then the government will procure it bilaterally from them. So normally one of the biggest challenges that startups face is that finding their first customer gets very difficult. In Telangana, we guarantee that the state itself will become your first customer. And many of these 80 odd solutions that I spoke about have been developed by startups who are incubating in one of these facilities in Telangana, in Hyderabad. And because we have this policy, we have been able to onboard them very, very quickly. So our turnaround time is very short. We don't run any complicated procurement process like RFPs and bids, and you have to outbid someone. These things don't happen here. And that is one of the reasons why lots of very innovative activities are happening. So of course, when I spoke about these innovation centers, these are not just brick and mortar buildings. Of course, they are buildings, but what happens inside these buildings is much more educative. So T-Hub, for example, the jewel in the crown of our city. Inside T-Hub itself is built in a very large space, very beautiful architecture, etc. But what happens inside T-Hub is much more interesting. So we have a list of almost 200 plus domain experts who are instantly, the moment a startup is onboarded, they are instantly made to own up some number of startups. They guide them, they mentor them, they evaluate their technology. 3 big technology institutions of the city, IIIT, IIT and BITS, their top faculty collaborate with the startups. We also arrange for funding to every startup, whatever is their stage of evolution. We find some agency or the other which can help provide funds, venture funds to these startups. I already spoke about how government assures that we will be the customer if the product or solution is of relevance to us. And then we also help them scale up. We recognize them. We encourage them to participate in global awards, national awards, etc. And many of them do well. Many of our AgTech startups have won national recognition, etc. So again, as I said, this is something which people would not really encourage governments to do. The typical thinking would be that government should stay away from the world of startups, from the world of enterprises. The market forces will take care of all these things. But we in Telangana have actually demonstrated a contrary model, that the government can actually step in, provide a very strategic kind of support and supervision, and help startups not only come up with important products and solutions which matter the most to us meaning to the citizens of this state, but also help them expand and grow and conquer domains outside of Telangana as well. So I'll be very happy. I heard Kalpana Shastri Garu, Dipanvita ji speak about how you want to proceed further regarding the T20 stream of the G20 work that you are doing. And I would like you to keep the overall ecosystem that the government and all of us have together created in the center of this work that you plan to do in the future. And any agriculture related work, we will be very, very happy to support. In fact, as I said, initially the idea was just to improve efficiencies, improve production, productivity, etc. But now we are doing much more than that. In fact, it is slightly premature to announce it formally, but I can share this with you. Just a very quick snippet that we are now setting up a full-fledged agriculture data exchange. We have already brought out an agriculture data management policy. We are setting up a framework. We are setting up a data exchange. And India Stack that we all talk about, for example, when we make digital payments, we know about the UPI, Aadhaar, etc. During COVID, we saw the India Stack being replicated for vaccination monitoring, etc., etc. Similar India Stack is being developed in Hyderabad by some of us related to agriculture. So certain things which even advanced countries are not even visualizing at this point in time, we are making a breakthrough, and we would like to showcase all of that work that we are doing. Nothing is secret, nothing is proprietary. We want as many states of our country, as many countries across the world to benefit from this innovation that we are carrying out. And I would like the opportunity that T20, G20 create to really do so. So once again, I'm grateful that you gave me an opportunity to speak out of turn. And my apologies that I could not be there in person. But once again, thank you all for accommodating me, and hope to meet you some other time in person somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts, and you've always been a torchbearer of the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem of the Telangana. We are very thankful to the support of the government of Telangana, and especially the support from Department of ITEC. We look forward for your patronage in the coming time. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time despite a hectic schedule. I would like to request now the next speaker, Mr. Atul Kaushik, GDC Fellow from RIS, to kindly give remarks on this session. But before that, I'll take this privilege to introduce the speaker. Mr. Atul Kaushik stays the Global Developmental Center at RIS, the retired Additional Secretary, Government of India. He was India's negotiator in the WTO for dispute settlement and intellectual property rights, in the UNFCCC for climate change, and also served in the permanent mission of India in Geneva. He has delivered multiple development cooperation projects in Africa, trade capacity building of developing country missions Geneva, and an Indo-US triangular development partnership program in New Delhi. He lectures at the National Judiciary Academy, the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and the Institute of Secretariat Training and Management of the Government of India, among others. He has also co-edited a book published by Academic Foundation entitled Reflections from the Frontline, Developing Country Negotiators in the WTO, and by the Government of India entitled Transforming India, Governance for Atmanirbhar Bharat, contributed chapters in dozens of books and several articles in various national and international journals. So we're very happy to have you here. I would like you to kindly come on the podium and kindly address the gathering. Thank you so much.
I had come with the thought in my mind that I'll take some time out of these sessions, because they're going to talk a lot of technical stuff that I don't know about and may not care about, but I could not go out at all. It was so interesting that I spent the whole day with all of you, and I really learned a lot, and you spoke the language that I understood. So thank you very much, the university, for hosting me. I want to use this opportunity to talk a little about why I am here as a representative of the RIS and the GDC. So I have a small presentation, if you could put it up. You know, the Research and Information System for Developing Countries is a New Delhi-based think tank that works in the areas of research and development cooperation, started way back in 1983-84, working on trade and economic development areas, but has now expanded to many verticals. And one of the verticals that it has, okay, thank you, that it has started in January 2019 with the support of the UK government is called the Global Development Centre. So why did RIS decide to establish the Global Development Center, and what is the Global Development Center all about is the topic of my presentation. You know, I don't need to reiterate what all of us know, not only because it has been emphasized as a part of the Indian G20 presidency, but also because our Prime Minister has taken particular interest in becoming an active part of the Global South, a terminology that has started coming in currency more recently. But suffice to say that with the North-South and the South-South cooperation joining hands and now forging also triangular development cooperation, which involves a northern partner, a southern pivotal partner, and a development partner from the south, which benefits through this mutual exchange of knowledge and ideas. It has become imperative that the southern countries, they get together to do things for themselves. Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the Global South, we do need to first know, what do we have? Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. If you remember the Millennium Development Goals, which are set up without thinking about the interconnectivity of all the goals, the 8 goals at that time, that mistake was corrected during Sustainable Development Goals setting up, and the participation of not only governments and negotiators, but also the entire set of stakeholders, including parliamentarians and civil society. It has created a situation where we do need to localize, we do need to find out how to curate solutions that are relevant for us, that are relevant for the southern countries. And that is where the idea of the Global Development Center came. So this was established in 2019, as I said. The premise of its establishment was collective growth. It promises to promote development programs showcasing not only Indian expertise, but mutual exchange across the Global South and sharing of peer expertise across the southern countries. And these experiences, expertise, and good practices can then cross-pollinate across the Global south. And that is the idea of the global center. So at the moment we are working on these 4 verticals that you see on the slide in 4 different colors. But let me go forward to show you the connect between what we in the Global Development Center do and what you are doing today. Look at the first column here, which is on agriculture and nutrition, relevant not only for SDG 2 but particularly for SDG 2. So we have worked along with a clutch of Indian organizations, particularly central government organizations like the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, the National Water Mission, the National E-Agriculture Market or ENAM, and the Climate Smart Agriculture, PM Kusum, which found voice across 2 of the thematic sessions that we had in the morning and the afternoon today. Now, keeping in touch with these organizations, we identified a number of experiences, successful experiences that India has had in the agriculture sector. And when we engaged with other southern partners, we talked about it. And when we talked about it in global forums, in multilateral forums, or in our bilateral interactions, that generated interest in those countries to know more about it. And that is how the Global Development Center became a vehicle for South-South cooperation. Now, I will not go into the details of how it has become a vehicle of South-South cooperation. I will leave a copy of this presentation with the university and you can have a look at it. But I wanted to say that through this realization of South-South cooperation, this is the outreach that the Global Development Center has already undertaken since its establishment in January 2019. These are the various verticals in various regions of the world where GDC has worked, and this is despite the fact that we were established just a year before COVID happened, and most of our work until mid last year was virtual. So I wanted to talk about this outreach in particular to showcase that there are a number of areas relevant for agriculture in which we have been going across to Asian countries, to African countries, to the countries in the Pacific Islands, which are relevant for the kind of startups that we saw today, for the kind of engagement that we had in the thematic sessions today. And although I have taken notes, I would wait for a more detailed summary of the proceedings of not only today, but also the work that your brilliant students did on the 17th of March, and create out of it a new set of experiences and expertise that India can demonstrate to other countries, and take this across as a part of the Global Development Center's outreach to these all countries. We have already been to these all countries. We have interacted with these all countries, some of them virtually, some of them in person. Only last week, my colleagues came back from Ethiopia after talking to their ministries of agriculture, Ministry of Health. They wanted to know a lot more about how agriculture innovation is happening, how dryland farming is happening in India, what is ENAM, and they are planning to come to India also, and maybe we'll bring them to Hyderabad if time and opportunity permits, to continue this relationship that we are establishing with PJT SAU with this collaboration that we have had today. So once again, thank you very much.
We understand the coverage and extensive work that the GDC has worked in pioneering and spearheading the initiative of G20, and with your initiatives under T20, we are very happy to have you as an esteemed partner, and we look forward for more active collaborations and active participation in the coming time. Thank you for your wonderful insights. May I now request Dr. Kalpana Shastri, MD of AgHub, to kindly give a small memory from our side to present it to Mr. Atul Kaushik.
He's managed the initial startup years and helped the institute grow through increasing years of visibility. He's ensured financial sustainability, and after obtaining the first ever global AACSB accreditation. He led ISB's global recognition and ranking to the top 20 in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. Very proud that it's in Hyderabad and you've been instrumental in this. And he's also helped in the formation of ISB's second campus at Mohel. Over to you, sir, to take over. Thank you.
I always feel embarrassed by introductions, because the introductions never talk about the hundreds of things that I did wrong and the millions of things on which I failed. So we handpick some of those things. What I will not do is handpick data in this talk, and I'll to I think what I think is the overarching, quick survey of where we are today in terms of the innovation ecosystem. But because Mukta talked about ISB, let me just go back, if you'll allow me, for 1 minute down memory lane. When I came to ISB, in ISB, one of the first things we did was that we shall focus on entrepreneurship and innovation. And there was nothing, those of you who were here in 2003-04, and I think IKP had just about started a few years ago, and it was more there in life sciences. There used to be that big board when you came down the stairs at the airport, which was the first thing I remembered about IKP. But there was very, very little entrepreneurship and innovation here. In the new sector, Hyderabad has always been entrepreneurial about infrastructure, real estate, and pharma and seeds and all those things. But in the new sectors, we had very little innovation. And Jay Chaudhary, Satish Andhra, and I, we started the Thai ISB Connect to really fast track entrepreneurship in the state. And now when I see the entrepreneurship sector here, I'm amazed at how much this state has really developed and gone. So in some ways, we all focus on the challenges, the problems, the difficulties, but we rarely step back and see how much has actually been achieved. And I think we should all congratulate ourselves as citizens of the city and state for what we have collectively done. So let me now go back to the innovation ecosystem and quick look at the Indian landscape and then bring it down to agri landscape. So we are now, and I think Mr. Chintala has mentioned that we are already the third largest after US and China as an innovation ecosystem. We are somewhere already around 1 lakh startups. Last number I saw was 96,000, but given how many of us don't even register, the real number of startups in this ecosystem must be well over 1 lakh of systems. So that's why. Now, this is also backed up in India. These are not just startups getting along, right? It's backed up by academic institutions, research institutions primarily focused for doing innovation, government support. So there is a fairly large ecosystem behind this whole thing, right? What is now fascinating is that earlier this was only in the 5, 6, 7 big cities. Now what we see is a rapid movement of this into not just smaller cities, but actually into second tier and even third tier towns. So in Telangana, for example, TSIC works on social innovations, and we now see in cluster of villages some really good innovation happening and entrepreneurship happening. So why has this happened? And I think again, we are very good at complaining about our governments and about our, but a lot of what happened in India has happened thanks to the government. DST, DBT, Niti Aayog, all the, leading heavy industries, agriculture, all ministries have really poured in a lot of money, which has really fast-tracked it. At the same time, academic institutions especially have made the fullest use of this and in turn started their own innovation ecosystems. So at the same way, states also have played a very important. So my own state, Telangana, for example, has been a pioneer in developing novel state startup policies, infrastructure support, human capital. I remember, when the minister KTR Garu came actually to my office on the second day of taking over and says, okay, you people have been talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, let's make it happen. I have to admit, it was the first time in my life that I had government pushing me to do faster things than I had ever done. And he talked about, when we planned the whole policy, we said we'll do three things. We'll focus on innovation. The USP of Telangana was going to be innovation. Second thing is that innovation must be inclusive. So it must affect all sectors, from farmers to women to school children to rural to everyone. And third, the state will only provide the infrastructure and will rely on the capabilities of the human talent pool that we have to carry it forward. And that has been yet another very powerful reason why this state again has come up to the top tier in innovation. India itself, I think, has come to about 40 from 81 in terms of ranking. So as a country, we have done well, right? Now, agriculture. Coming to agriculture, agriculture obviously plays a vital role, right, in sustainable development. That's at the core of it, food, everything. However, in the agri-tech system, and again, Mr. Chintala covered it beautifully, so I don't want to keep going back into many of the things he said about some of the challenges we have, but certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge, big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. Consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change, right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next, wave of innovation that we have will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings. This is not when there is going to be less water, less power, maybe poorer conditions of soil, variable climate. How do we, in those kind of circumstances, do it? So that's one. Second thing is, in agriculture especially, startups cannot focus on just their profitability. Startups have to focus on the well-being of small and marginal farmers. So a startup which makes a lot of money but does not do a lot for the small and marginal farmer is not playing a societally important role. And I think agriculture startups will have to look at societal benefits as an equal target in order to financial stability. So fortunately, the agri-tech innovation system has also benefited from the government initiatives. We found on Traction some 2,000 agri-tech startups and more than 80 business incubators associated with agriculture and research institutions in this segment, which is very, very impressive. In which we evaluated almost 2 years ago, right, more than 2 years ago, we evaluated a large number of these and we came out with 86 startups which were very promising and which covered the entire spectrum from inputs, actually from crop planning to inputs to production, which is actually all the harvesting, post-harvest, storage, price discovery, processing and value add, distribution, weather forecasting, cash flow based farmer loans and more. So one great thing that we see about agri-tech innovation is that it covers the entire spectrum. There is no, so if you look at the value chain of agriculture, there is nothing where we say, oops, there doesn't seem to be any innovation happening here. So that's the great found part. And again, that has been helped a lot by the industry, a lot by the government, educational institutions like PJTSAU and others. However, there are still some major challenges why we are not able to. And the big challenge in that is data. There is simply no easy and access to standardized digital agriculture data. Now, agriculture data has its own complications, right? If you look at all the weather and other things, that's central data. It happens to be here in Hyderabad, but it's still central government, atomic energy department data. Then the states have their own data. Then the banks and NABARD and people like have their own data, right? Now, increasingly, some of the startups are actually doing things like taking their drones and going all over and collecting their own data. And then the data definitions across the states are different. Some data is completely missing. Like in many states, who is the actual tenant who is tilling the soil is not known. We know who is the owner, and the owner half the times is sitting in the US or somewhere else and just getting the money that the government gives, right? So we have many challenges. There is not even a standardization, and most of you know that anyway, that there is no standard. When I grew up, there was a film called Do Bigha Zameen. And much later I realized that bigha didn't mean the same thing in different states even. So, and most of this data is manual. So unless we can digitize and standardize agri data, we have a problem. So that's first problem, right? Then for those of us, so if I look back and say, if these are the kind of problems, the second big problem is actually accessing the small and marginal farmer, because access to small, even with FPOs, and by the way, FPO movement is yet another thing that all of us must strengthen. Because when we strengthen that, the small and marginal farmers collectively will have a great opportunity to be able to be equal market players in the ecosystem, right? So if I stand back and say, therefore, what is it that we need to do? I see that for us, and for us who are enablers of this ecosystem, I see three important factors. One is to create an agri-data stack. And we've seen what has happened to the payment stack. UPI and payment stack just completely transformed. See, the center is already talking about a health stack, which is again a wonderful thing. And already there is beginning of discussions on agri-stack. And agri-stack again will have to have people coming in from the center, from the state, from the startup community, from all of us, from educational institutions and so on. So there is an extremely important contributor to innovation ecosystem will be an agri-stack database. And it will obviously have all the issues of protocol, who can have it. But by now, I think India has got that understood. Thanks to UPI and all the things they have done there, we understand how to use these public, data basis and for both societal goods and so on. The second thing we have to do is to ensure that our government policies actually encourage the adoption of innovation. Many of our agriculture policies, and so if you are going to provide anything to farmers, in each circle you need to go and take approval in many states. That's just ridiculous, right? Given the digital world today, if I do something and get an approval in Bihar, can I use that same thing in Telangana? Or if I get in Telangana, can I use it in UP or Gujarat or wherever it is? How much can we do in terms of, by the way, we do it in medicine. There is no state-wise approval of medicine, but we somehow want it in terms of agri inputs. So how can we do, how can we look and simplify agriculture policies to improve? And third, of course, as I said, is to facilitate the outreach of proven agri-techs to small and marginal farmers for their benefits. And I underline the word proven, and I'll come to it. Okay. So, therefore, we at Rich, anyway, our purpose is, principal job is to co-develop these ecosystems with others. So, for example, in agriculture, we work with AgHub here, ICRISAT, IIMR, NIN, and so many other research institutions. In life sciences, we work with IKP, CCMB, IICT, etc. In sustainability, we work with IIT Hyderabad, IICT again, and many others. So, what we have seen is that when we all start working together, miracles happen. Okay? So some of the things that are already happening and which I hope we will take even further and do more. I'll just give you 4 or 5 examples just to give you what happens when you do it. So, startups make claims. Genuine claims, but they make claim. And especially in agriculture, what we find is if a startup comes from the technology side, half the times it doesn't really understand agriculture, right? So how do we validate those claims? So here again in AgHub, WEF and AgHub together have started the sandbox, the agriculture validation sandbox, where we ensure that under controlled circumstances, we actually validate the claims that the startup is making. Because after all, we don't want, as a country and even as morally responsible citizens, we definitely do not want us to be supporting startups which are not delivering or not doing the right things. So that's one big thing that's happening. The second, as I already mentioned, regulations and policy. So once again, we are, and we will include many of the partners here, working with the state government to create policy sandboxes. So if a new policy needs to be introduced, it will be introduced in that limited area in the district or a part of district. We will see how it works. If it works well, then you expand it to a larger area and then across the state and so on. The third, and again I've mentioned, is co-creating the agri-stack. And again, we are working with a number of national research institutions, national data institutions. So, National Remote Sensing Center here, the Mahalanobis Center for Agri-Crop Forecasting and so on and so forth, and the Agri-Collaboratory, in order to commonly create a digital public good. That means data which can be used by everyone, just like the UPI is doing. The fourth thing, and again, Ms. Chintala mentioned this, we somehow arrogantly think that we are the keepers of knowledge. Our traditional practices in many cases are brilliantly climate resistant. So together with UNDP, we documented 25 climate resilient practices, and Athira sitting there was the lead person who did it, which we have now documented properly and which are now available for scientists to check. So this is actually from the ground practice which, hey guys, do you know that we do it this way? And that sometimes goes counter to what we thought were rational policies. So there are a lot of things that need to be, we need to have this cross-fertilization of knowledge from the field to the science and from science to the field. And finally, of course, making market connect. So between all of us, we are able to obviously ensure that using government offices, we go to the farmers and FPOs, but we also go to other suppliers of the good. So there are many opportunities like this which we have, which will be the new pathways, and that's what our talk was, right? How do we create new pathways to creating innovations? So these are just some of the examples of what there could be new pathways, but given that the market will change, climate will change, new ideas will come, new technologies will emerge, there will continuously be a need for finding those new pathways. And the only thing we can do now is to create strong collaborative networks of all of us, so that together, whenever a problem comes, we can. And we saw that happen in COVID to some extent. When COVID happened, an immediate, instantaneous collaboration of industry, governments, etc. started. How can we perpetuate those? How can we ensure that we don't have to wait for a COVID? How can we make sure that much before it comes, we are ready to do it? So that is going to be a real challenge and opportunity for us as a sector. Thank you. Have a great day.
Pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
It's such a well put together event. So many very happy, four-legged friends here. They are having a good time. The owners seem to be having a good time, right? And I think what LK is trying to do, basically building a community of people who love animals. Obviously, we know during the pandemic, for many people, their four-legged friends were their true friends because you couldn't meet anybody. So nice to see an event like this. And congratulations to LK, to Manjunath for his support in putting this together.
Thank you.
I used to have pets a long time ago. I also have 2 children, so they've grown up. So it's a little hard because I have a fairly busy job. So don't have pets now, but always all kinds of pets.
So you're going to give your responsibility of adopting your pets to your children in future. Okay.
Yeah, pets are like children, right?
Yes.
They're your children.
Yeah, rightly said. Thank you, sir. So how are you, sir?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay. So from when you're associated with Pet Folk, and what do you feel is very good thing that Pet Folk has initiated?
I'm associated with Pet Folks since 1.5 months, and I love their vans, the way they have done it, and yes, of course, Mr. Lakshmikant is very supportive in the events and activities, so all good.
So do you have any suggestions or feedback for the Pet Folk team?
As of now, no, because I haven't gone through so much, just 1.5 months right now. We are just interacting. I just seen this van for a couple of times, so all good. Whatever I have seen, everything is good.
Okay, so hope you like the Pet Folk vans that are being launched recently, and hope you are already aware of the services that are being given through Pet Folk vans.
Yeah.
Okay. In case if you need any further information regarding Pet Folk vans, our volunteers are there to assist you with further information.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll definitely like the services.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me take this honor to introduce the next speaker on stage, Dr. Arvind Kumar, EDG CRISAT, who is going to be talking on aligning ourselves to SDGs. The CRISAT's approach, I request the guest of honor to kindly speak on this. But before this, I also would like to introduce his profile. Dr. Arvind Kumar is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years of experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. His area of expertise includes climate resilience, nutrition, crop improvement, genomics, trait development, disease management, policy, agribusiness, market linkages, and capacity development of ICRISAT mandated crops. So I would request you to kindly enlighten the audience with your insights. Over to you, sir.
Bringing ICRISAT to this discussion. And I am certainly benefited from the talk that Dr. Chintala just delivered. But now let's move on to ascertain where we are. These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing. How we are doing? We said this in 2015, we said that we achieve it by 2030, where we are. And we have only probably 7 more years to left that we should say that we have achieved this. And I don't think that we are there. So that's what I feel, that, that genuinely we have to make more efforts than what we have put in over years to achieve these SDGs goals. Now, as an institute, ICRISAT keeps on working towards improving poverty and hunger, reducing poverty and hunger, reducing malnutrition, also reducing environmental degradation, and also we work towards the women empowerment. And in fact, but still, we have a long way to go, and what the statement that I made with the previous slide itself shows that, there are still 71 million people, who get into the extreme poverty because of the COVID-19. And also, a large part of them are in Southern Asia, 32 million, and in fact also in the sub-Saharan Africa. The same is our scenario with the malnutrition. 381 million malnourished people in Asia and 250 million malnourished people in the Africa. Now, the effect of climate change, everybody talks, and we know what's happening. We felt it last week. Untimely rains devastated our crops, and those things will keep on happening. And so the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood. And in fact, I never realized till I had discussion with the soil people that climate change is also affecting the soil structure, the soil properties. And so I don't know where we are going, and unless we start taking some remedial measures, I think we will have a lot of problems. ICRISAT do work towards the women empowerment, reduce gender inequality, and also empower them. We talk of equity, just not equality, but we talk of equity, provide equal opportunity to everybody, and that's where we work. Very quickly, so where we are now, if we talk of these two goals, SDGs goals, the no poverty and zero hunger, ICRISAT approach is we develop improved varieties, the high-yielding varieties. And many of you know that we work for the dryland, so our crops are the legumes and the millets. And in fact, we promote sustainable intensification, and also we build agri-businesses and integration of the social dimensions. And in fact, there are several examples. Examples are in the legumes, where we have developed somewhere around 239 varieties, improved varieties. We have which covered around 4 million hectares area. And in fact, we did work towards developing the new seed, 380,000 tons of certified seed, and 6.1 million tons of grain legumes was produced. Now, similar efforts have been made towards the millet also. And since we are celebrating the International Year of Millet in 2023, I do want to say a few things about the millet. Everybody says millets are climate resilient. Millets can be grown in the drought-prone environment. And I always argue then by saying that we are pushing millets to that corner, that you are there suitable for that area where nothing can be grown. And then when we push millet there, and when we say that, okay, we should be producing more millet, then we talk about that millet is not profitable. Now you push some crops in the corner, and when it comes to comparing the profitability, you compare it with rice and wheat, where you provide 4,000 liters of water for each kg of the rice that is produced. You provide nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, and then you compare it with the millet. So my request would be that give millet the place, the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future. Now, we do work towards the water management, and in fact, we have worked with many of the micro watershed projects, and in fact, in the span of 4 or 5 years, we have, especially in the Bundelkhand, we have demonstrated that working on the watershed projects, we can enhance the farmers' income. The next one is towards the zero hunger, and in fact, we developed the improved varieties for the millets. Examples are the Dhan Shakti. Examples for the pearl millet, examples are the Prabhani Shakti. We have recently developed the high oleic acid varieties for the groundnut. And in fact, we do work very extensively even in Telangana towards the ready-to-eat meals and snacks for the tribal women. And in fact, we have launched joint program with the Department of Tribal Welfare Telangana, and in fact, there has been a large number of beneficiaries. And in fact, we do also address the hidden hunger in Africa. And in fact, we have worked in that part of the world also with the women. Now, very quickly moving to the climate change. We all know what is happening with the climate change, especially with the environmental degradation. I don't know how many of us have realized that our soil's organic matter and organic carbon is drastically decreasing. And if we continue with the same agricultural practices that we have been doing over the last 60 years, for which we all feel proud of, that India achieved the food security, but we should also feel that, at what cost, at what amount of water that we are using, how much we have worked and devastated our soil health, and in fact, in turn, our own health. So it is high time, and we work towards both water. I put an example from the Bundelkhand, but there are several examples also from Ethiopia, where we have improved the water availability to the crop. And I tell you, the Bundelkhand, where we receive only 400 to somewhere around 800 mm of rainfall, this is an excellent example where the number of families who run away from cultivating agriculture have returned back. And in fact, now they are very happily cultivating the land. Overall, we have worked somewhere around improved 72 million hectares area. And in fact, that has come into the double cropping. And the reduction in loss has been 30 to 60%. Moving to the next one. No? Okay. I said we do work towards the gender equality, in fact, also. And in fact, we have reclaimed lands in the Niger. And in fact, this has been done very nicely by the women. In fact, women, they own 200 meters square of the land. And in fact, they made income which was equivalent to income that the men farmers make from 1 hectare of the land. We do promote women in the agribusiness, train tribal women in many of the programs, including that in Telangana. And in fact, we also work towards addressing the hidden hunger. Now, moving to our work in digital agriculture, which addresses many of the SDGs. In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India. And in fact, this is a mobile app, and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups. And in fact, it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants. And in fact, now this is available in 18 languages. And more than this has had, as of now, more than 15 million downloads. We do use GIS and remote sensing in addressing the problem of agriculture. In fact, whether this is moving towards the insurance, whether this is moving towards identifying that, which are the areas where the second crop could be achieved. The next one is towards the gender diversity. In fact, the genetic diversity. Many of you know that ICRISAT maintains a huge gene bank. We have somewhere around 129,000 germplasm sessions, and in fact, we have effectively used it. More than 1.5 million samples have been shared with the number of stakeholders, and number of varieties has been developed. In fact, this gene bank is an important source of building resilience against the climate change. So overall, ICRISAT have addressed largely, we work towards the SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, but also the partnership, but also the gender. And in fact, we have developed many of the varieties in the pigeon pea, which has resulted in 80% rise in farmers' income in Africa. And also, there has been one Malawi seed industry development project, which resulted in 5.7 million annually from seed and grain sales. And in fact, also examples are the watershed project in Karnataka that benefited somewhere around 4.7 million farmers. There is one technology that we introduced in Africa, which is microdosing, that help farmers to get 30% increase in yield. And more than 40 varieties and hybrids of legumes which are released in Africa are under cultivation as of now. With this, once again, thanks to Dr. Kalpana and all those who are with the involved with the organization of this event, and also good to be here at PJTSAU once more. Thank you very much.
Pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
One more cute pet along with his cute, handsome pet father.
This is in the shop from store from Banjara Hills. Almost every 2 to 3 months.
Every 2 to 3 months. So how often do you shop for yourself?
That's once a year. Only for my birthday.
Only for your birthday. Okay, so you give more importance to your pet. So it's almost 10 times about your shopping that you spend for your pet. So what do you like most in Brownie?
She never detaches from me. She always wants to stay with me. She's like my shadow. That's the thing, yeah.
So your wife is not jealous of your pet?
No, she's always. She will scratch and shout and she'll jump on between us. पहले सास बहू का था, अभी बेटी बीवी का है.
Pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
Energy is like from when we bought him at home for 45 days. So from that time we used to play with him morning and evening. So by that he get used to play. So whenever when I go out and get tired, get home very tired. So when I say him that I'm tired, we won't play today, then he will be like very dull and like that. So after some time he will get the ball. So we kept his ball in such a place, like it's a very high place. So he will get the ball and brings to me, and he will say to me to throw the ball. So when I throw the ball, he will bring the ball and give it to me again. So like that he will play around half an hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours till that. So he jumps. The specialty of his is he jumps till 6.5 feet. So if my height is 6 feet, so he jumps till here. So that's like another level.
So how confident you are that Rio is going to win today's competition?
So till now I have practiced the ball catching. So out of 10 he catches around 6 to 7 balls. So he is good. Yeah. So he's good at catching the balls.
pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
నా పేరు మోహన్ కుమార్. నేను హైదరాబాద్ నాగోల్ నుంచి వచ్చాను. రేడియో ఎఫ్ఎంలో ఈ క్యాంపింగ్ గురించి విన్నాను. అండ్ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఐఎమ్ చాలా ఇంప్రెస్ అయ్యాను. క్యాంపింగ్ చాలా బాగా ఉన్నది ఇక్కడ. టీం వర్క్ కూడా చాలా బాగున్నది. అండ్ ఇతను నా బేబీ, దీని పేరు ఆర్చి, 7 months ఓల్డ్. ఇది జాక్ రసెల్ టెర్రర్ బ్రీడ్. అండ్ వీడు చాలా యాక్టివ్గా ఉంటాడు. వీడు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 4 feet హైట్ జంప్ చేస్తాడు, లాంగ్ జంప్ చేస్తాడు. అండ్ వీడికి చికెన్ అంటే చాలా ఇష్టం. అండ్ మట్టిలో ఆడడం ఇంకా ఇష్టం. బాగా పెట్స్ తీస్తాడు. అండ్ బాల్ అంటే చాలా మరీను. బాల్స్ విసిరినా ఎంత దూరం నుంచి అన్నా కానీ తీసుకొని వస్తాడు. అండ్ నన్ను ఎర్లీ మార్నింగ్ వచ్చేసి బై 6:30 నన్ను లేపుతాడు, వీడిని వాష్రూమ్ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి అని చెప్పేసినని. అండ్ నా ముక్కు నాకుతాడు, నా మూతి నాకుతాడు. సో ఈజ్ మై లవ్లీ పెట్. And I'm thanks to this conducting the camp here, and I'm very much impressed with all the team here. Thank you so much.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
మా ప్రోడక్ట్ పేరు దాది ప్రొడక్ట్స్. మా దగ్గర గరం మసాలాస్, A to Z మసాలాస్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయండి. అన్నీ న్యాచురల్ అండ్ ప్యూర్ అండి. డైరెక్ట్ ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి తీసుకొని మా దగ్గర బ్లైండింగ్ మిషనరీ అంతా కూడా ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మిషనరీస్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది ఫ్యాక్టరీ వచ్చేసరికి పాశ్య మైలారంలో ఉంది. అన్నీ కూడా మేము అక్కడ ఓన్గా బ్రాండెడ్గా తీసుకొని ఒక 20 members దాకా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళతో క్లీనింగ్ చేయించి అంతా కూడా పల్మనైజర్లో కంప్లీట్ పౌడర్స్ అన్ని చేయించి ప్యాకింగ్ చేపిస్తున్నాము. మా దగ్గర ఉన్న ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అన్నిటికీ కూడా క్వాలిఫైడ్ ఉంది. ఎలా అంటే మీరు అక్షయ పాత్ర ఫౌండేషన్స్కి, హరే కృష్ణ ఫౌండేషన్స్కి, CSDకి సప్లై చేస్తున్నాం. వాళ్ళు సప్లై తీసుకున్నారు అంటే అది క్వాలిఫికేషన్ ఉన్నట్టు. మెయిన్లీ హింగ్ అండి. హింగ్ మా దగ్గరికి వచ్చేసరికి తజికిస్తాన్, ఆఫ్ఘనిస్తాన్ నుంచి తెప్పిస్తాము. అది బ్లెండెడ్ ఫైనెడ్ చేపించి వీఆర్ సెండింగ్ ఎట్ హియర్. ఇంకా చెప్పాలంటే ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అన్నీ కూడా కంప్లీట్ ఫుల్ ప్యూర్ అండ్ న్యాచురల్. మా దగ్గర పల్సెస్, గ్రోసరీ, ఫ్లవర్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయండి. దాంతోపాటు మసాలాస్ వచ్చేసరికి గరం మసాలా, బిర్యానీ మసాలా, చోలే మసాలా, పావుబాజీ మసాలా, కారపొడి, రెడ్ చిల్లీ పౌడరు, పసుపు పొడి, కొరియాండర్ పౌడరు, తర్వాత వచ్చేసరికేమో బిర్యానీ మసాలా, ఇంకా అన్ని మసాలాస్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్ యాజ్ ఆమ్చూర్ పౌడర్ ఉంటుంది, తర్వాత జీరా పౌడర్ ఉంటుంది. అన్నీ కూడా గ్రైండెడ్ డైరెక్ట్ ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఏ స్పైసెస్ అయినా కూడా ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి డైరెక్ట్గా తీసుకొని దాన్ని కంప్లీట్ క్లీనింగ్ అండ్ ప్యూరిఫికేషన్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత దాన్ని బ్లెండర్ చేపించి పౌడర్ డైరెక్ట్గా ప్యాక్ చేపిస్తే ప్రోడక్ట్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తున్నాం. ప్రజెంట్ ఇప్పుడు మేమైతే డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటింగ్లో మాత్రం అక్షయ పాత్ర ఫౌండేషన్స్కి, అలాగే హరే కృష్ణ ఫౌండేషన్స్కి మరియు CSD ఫౌండేషన్స్, CSD వాళ్ళకి కూడా సప్లై చేస్తున్నాము. దీంతోపాటు ఇంకా మేము ఇది మీకు ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇది కంప్లీట్ రీడింగ్ తెలియాలంటే అమెజాన్లో ఉంది, ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్లో కూడా ఉంది. మనది వచ్చేసరికి ఫ్యాక్టరీ వచ్చేసరికి పాశ్యమల్లారంలో ఉందండి. పాశ్యమల్లారం అంటే ఇస్నాపూర్, పటాన్ చెరువు దగ్గర నుంచి వెళుతుంటే ముంబై హైవే నుంచి వెళ్తుంటే లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఇస్నాపూర్ వస్తుంది. దాటాక పాశ్యమల్లారం రైట్ సైడ్లో ఉంది ఫ్యాక్టరీ. ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ఏరియా అందులో ఉంది ఫ్యాక్టరీ. ఫ్యాక్టరీ పేరు వచ్చేసరికి ఓంశీల్ ఫుడ్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్. ఇది దీంతో పాటు మేము ఓంశీల్లోనే లాజిస్టిక్స్ కూడా, ఎక్స్పో ఇన్పో కూడా రెండు, దాని ద్వారా కూడా మేము పూర్తి చేస్తున్నాము. దాది అంటే ఏంటంటే మామూలుగా తెలుగులో అమ్మమ్మ ఫుడ్ లేకపోతే నానమ్మ ఫుడ్ అంటే అందరికీ ఇది మనకి హార్ట్ ఇది అవ్వదు. ఇప్పుడు అందరు కూడా ట్రెండీగానే ఉన్నారు. దాంతోపాటు మనం కూడా ట్రెండీగా వెళ్ళాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నానమ్మ అన్న నాని అన్న ఏదైనా కానీ మనకి దాది అంటే గ్రాండ్ మదర్. ఆ ఉద్దేశం మీద మేము దాది అని పెట్టడం జరిగింది దీనికి.
ఇక్కడ how many of you feel that you have to work day in and day out to be successful? పిచ్చోళ్ళ కష్టపడాలి అని ఇంతమంది కనిపిస్తుంది. పర్లేదు చెప్పండి. ఆనెస్ట్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఐ ఫీల్ బ్లెస్ దాట్ నేను ఇప్పటివరకు ఐ డోంట్ ఫీల్ దట్ ఒక్కరోజు కూడా కష్టపడినా అని. ఇట్స్ బీన్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ఫన్ జర్నీ. నాకు తిండి గుర్తుండదు, ఆకలేది. ఐ లవ్ మై వర్క్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మన టాపిక్ ఏంది? సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ అంటే ఏంది? డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ బెటర్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ అండ్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి సంథింగ్ ఇన్ ద లాంగ్ రన్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ వాంట్ టు బి సక్సెస్ఫుల్, ద కీ టు దాట్ ఇస్ టు నాట్ వర్క్ ఎవ్రీ డే, టు హ్యావ్ ఫన్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డే. చేసే ప్రతి పనిలో వెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఫన్, దట్స్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ దట్ యూ కెన్ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ యువర్ లైఫ్. And I was blessed ki I got to have such a thing. ఎలా అయింది అది? మీలానే కాలేజ్లో ఉండే చూస్తుండే. అండ్ వెన్ కమింగ్ టు కాలేజ్ అండ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అయిపోయిందంటే అన్నీ ఓవర్ నైట్ అయిపోవాలి. రిలేషన్ 1 night స్టాండ్, ఒకవేళ ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనుకో 1 night స్టాండ్, ఏదున్నా 1 night. దట్స్ నాట్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ. That's the exact opposite of sustainability. And as Zamana poindi, being 1 night and being cool, అది పోయింది. Now what's cool, you know? Being something, a long term thing. Doing something for the long term. ఇప్పుడు టెంపరీ ఫన్ వస్తుంది, బట్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ అందరు కలిసి గ్రో అవ్వాలి అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు సపోర్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్. ఇప్పుడు ఇలా నేను మాట్లాడగలుగుతున్నానంటే బ్యాక్ వెన్ వాజ్ ఇన్ కాలేజ్, అప్పుడు నన్ను ఎవరో పట్టుకొని పర్లేదు మాట్లాడని నెట్టుంటారు కదా, అది ఎవరు? నా ఫ్రెండే. ఇప్పుడు మీరు వెన్ యూ కమ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ఈచ్ అదర్, వెన్ యూ పుష్ ఈచ్ అదర్, అప్పుడే కదా ఆ లెవెల్లో గ్రో అవుతారు మీరు. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అయితే ఏం చేయాలి? యూ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రో టుగెదర్ సస్టైనబిలీ. అండ్ నౌ ఇన్ 2020s we are realizing the importance of eating organic and ఆర్గానిక్గా తినడానికి చూస్తున్నాము. బట్ awesome. సో బ్యాక్ వెన్ ఇన్ని ఒక 40-50 yearsగా వీ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్గానిక్ అండ్ వీఆర్ ఈటింగ్ ఆర్గానిక్. బట్ మన చికెన్ తింటున్నాము, రైట్? చాలా ఇష్టంగా తింటాము, కేఎఫ్సీ కానీ ఏదైనా ఇలా తింటాము. బట్ ఆర్ వి క్వశ్చనింగ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, ఈజ్ దట్ ద రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ చికెన్? అది ఆర్గానిక్కా కాదా అని. ఎలా పెరిగింది, ఎందుకు పెరిగింది? నార్మల్ ఒక నాటుకోడి పెరగడానికి 120 days పడుతుంది, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మనం తినే వైట్ కోడి, ఇట్స్ బీయింగ్ గ్రోన్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అ స్పాన్ ఆఫ్ 30 days. 120 ఎక్కడ, 30 ఎక్కడ? హ్యూజ్ డిఫరెన్స్, రైట్? సో దట్స్ వాట్ వీఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు రెవల్యూషనైజ్ ఓవర్ హియర్. మెనీ థింగ్స్ దట్ వీ డూ టుడే ఆర్ నాట్ హెడెడ్ ఇన్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ డైరెక్షన్. ఎప్పుడైతే ఐ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్, ఏదైతే బెనిఫిట్స్ కనిపించాయో, వెన్ ఐ సా ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్, ఐ వాజ్ రియలీ టేకెన్ అ బ్యాక్. అండ్ ఏ వేలో అయితే మనం ఇప్పుడు చికెన్ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తున్నామో అండ్ వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్, వెన్ ఐ థరోలీ అండర్స్టూడ్ దాట్, I decided to do something about this. And that's when we started revolutionizing the chicken consumption of India. And here we have taken few initial steps and we are growing further. If we see, ivala manam sustainable growth gurinchi maatladutunnam, and here it's sustainable growth versus profitability anetidi, I've saw it somewhere. But the reality is, sustainable growth and profitability, it's not reverse. Everything business antene profitability, yes or no? And sustainable growth and profitability, sustainable growth lo నికి ఎక్కువ profitability ఉంది. sustainability is one thing that's present in our lifestyle. It's not just about the business that we do or the idea that we have, but it's a kind of life that we want to live. And when we have that thought process, whatever we touch, whatever we do, it will translate into the same thing. It's my genuine experience. When I met Vijay sir, AGAP CEO, when I met Kalpana Shastri ma'am, the kind of work that they are doing, మాకంటే ఘోరంగా కష్టపడుతున్నారు. నేను ఎప్పుడు అసలు అనుకోలే ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో కష్టపడుతూ పనిచేస్తారని ఎప్పుడు, అంటే ఆ పిచ్చితో పనిచేస్తారని ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు. వెన్ ఐ మెట్ దిస్ పీపుల్, ఇట్ వాస్ టోటలీ ఇన్ దట్ డైరెక్షన్. అండ్ ఐ ఫీల్ దట్ యూ గైస్ ఆర్ రియలీ లక్కీ. If you really want to have fun every day of your life, I strongly suggest you to pursue your entrepreneurial spirit. ఏదైతే మీకు స్టార్ట్ చేయాలందో, when you have to do something of your own, you have to channelize your energy in that direction. And ఇక్కడ మీకు channelize చేసుకోవడానికి you have the best of best resources available. After starting my journey, ఒక 1 year తర్వాత I'm at AGAP. But you have that opportunity even before starting. మీరు జస్ట్ ఒక స్టెప్ ఇలా ముందటికి ఇస్తున్నా అంటే దే ఆర్ ప్రెజెంట్ విత్ యూ. దట్స్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్, అండ్ దట్ కెన్ టోటలీ చేంజ్ ది అవుట్కమ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ లైక్ టు డూ. ద బెస్ట్ థింగ్ దట్ ఐ గాట్ ఇన్ కాలేజ్ వాజ్ ఎక్స్పోజర్. ఇప్పుడు పీపుల్ మే ఫీల్, ఆర్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ అస్, ఈ ఏజ్ గ్రూప్లో ఉండి వీ కెన్ ఫీల్ దాట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇఫ్ యూ స్టార్ట్ అ బిజినెస్ ఆఫ్ పర్స్యూ యువర్ ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ, వీ విల్ బీ డీవియేటింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ స్టడీస్, ఆర్ ఇట్ విల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ దట్ వీ వాంట్, ఆర్ ఎనీథింగ్ లైక్ దాట్. బట్ ద రియాలిటీ ఇస్, ఇప్పుడు మీ దగ్గర ఒక జాబ్ చేసే సత్తా ఉంది. సెకండ్, యూ హ్యావ్ అ పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ గివింగ్ 100 jobs to people. దీంట్లో రెండిట్లో ఏది బెటర్? ఒక పర్సన్ ఒక కంపెనీ మిమ్మల్ని హైర్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నా, వాట్ విల్ దే సీ? మీ దగ్గర మీరు ఒక్కళ్ళు వెళ్ళి వర్క్ చేస్తే ఇస్ ఇట్ ఫైన్, ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ద పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ఇంకొక 100 మందితో పని చేపిస్తూ ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ వాళ్ళు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుంటే, విచ్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఇస్ బెటర్? సెకండ్ వన్, రైట్? అండ్ దట్స్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ దట్ యూర్ గెటింగ్ ఇన్ యువర్ కాలేజ్ డేస్. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే స్టార్టెడ్ మై ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మాత్రమే వట్టి చదివిన. సెకండ్ ఇయర్ నుంచి కంప్లీట్గా స్టార్టెడ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ఆల్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీస్. అండ్ ద బిజినెస్ దట్ యు ఆర్ సీయింగ్ నౌ, మై ఏజ్ ఇస్ 25 and this is my 6th business. This being the 6th business, how it did happen? Because I started early. I got the chances to do mistakes from my college life itself. And adi mottam growth change ayindi. And that's exactly the kind of opportunity you got. And always remember, sustainability over here is not just a choice, but it has become a mandate over here. And it's not just a way of seeing the future, but it's a way of living our entire life. Okay, so I want you all who are present over here to not just listen and gurtupatti marchipovam kaadu. I also want you to inspire others. Share the things that you received from here. Share it on social media. కావాలంటే నన్ను ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, కంటే చికెన్ కొని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, యాగబ్ని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి. That's the way people will know that you're onto something.
She is the chairman and the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park, and she's developed the first life science research park in India in Hyderabad. And she's pioneering a hardware product incubator and makerspace IKP Eden in Bangalore, and she works with Indian and global partners to nurture and fund over 700 innovation projects and early startups. Such a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. You've been my favorite for a really long time, along with Dr. Kalpana, of course. And she's actually always been an woman achiever for me, and she has also got this recognition in 2017 by Asia One Business magazine, and Woman of the Decade in Life Sciences, well deserved. After brief stints as an engineering faculty at BITS Pilani, she took over the freelance science writer for children, but I think it's her passion towards research and looking at innovation and getting innovation to the market space is something that drives her presence and her work throughout. She's just returned from a sojourn in Sikkim. So over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And while we have her here today, she's going to be talking about navigating innovation, maze in life sciences, and agri-food technology basket. Over to you, Dr. Dipan.
Think 20 platform, and Dr. Tadas is here. I don't see Kalpana, but I'm sure we can discuss this with Kalpana. What would be that communique at the end of our presidency, and what does agriculture, the task force 6 of Think 20 would talk about? Is there anything through this sideline event that can go into building that communique? I thought if we have to talk of agri-food systems, 5 or 6 things come to my mind. One is the dichotomy between the aspiration of producers versus needs of consumers. Consumers need good quality food and agri-products at affordable prices. Producers, farmers, they want their products to be profitable. So there is this inherent dichotomy that can startups and innovation solve a problem like this. The second thing that strikes me is demographics. You know, I was reading a paper and I see that in UK, for every farmer of 40 years age, there are 3 farmers that are of age 65, which means, and there are other data, I'm not going to get into those data. I don't have the Indian data though. And that basically says that is agriculture on the whole an aging industry. When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? In India, of course, we know probably that's still not true. There are a lot of people in agriculture, but is it by choice or because there are no other opportunities available to them? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? The third thing that strikes me is that the environmental concerns, huge climate change concerns and so on and so forth, and the economics and profit that drives agriculture and livestock farming and so on and so forth. Where is the balance? Can innovation bring in that balance? Through technology, through new ways of looking into it, can we actually bring about a balance? And I was seeing that actually industrial farm pollution is a large issue and a large problem. When I say industrial farm pollution, I can give you an example, and I'm not only talking of India, because this is a G20 sideline event, I'll talk of the member states also. Spain, there's data that the pig manure that comes from all industries actually contributes to 50% of their land and water pollution. That is huge. So how do we deal with industrial farm pollution? I saw technology that there is this for poultry, there's a raking system that they've made. I don't remember the name of the startup, which basically is churning the soil so that, and it's done every day, so that the excreta gets mixed, and after 45 days, he said, they'll change the soil. So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms. Environmental concerns, of course, everyone has talked about. I'm not going to deal with that. But the other thing that really bothers me, or when I was reading, it's bothering me, because we deal with innovations. And when we deal with innovations, we very well know the position of India in the Global Innovation Index. And Mr. Ragnekar referred to it. We are 40. In 2022, we are ranked 40. A startup Blink index for startup, as a startup index, India is ranked 19th. So it means that we are more entrepreneurial than innovators. In SDG, Indian 2022 rank is 121. Where is the problem? Does it mean that SDG, because we are talking of reach to SDGs, how do we actually, through innovation and this maze of innovation that the topic I've been given, how do we say that, how do we reconcile with the fact that we are 19th in startup ranking and 121 in SDG ranking? Does it mean that startups and innovations have nothing to do with SDGs? It just lies with the government to have, it's completely policy driven? Or is it that the innovation community and the startup community is not talking to the policymakers to make this happen? Is there a way? I think what Mr. Ragnekar spoke about, AgriStack, is a great way to help, because I know how financial inclusion has changed our ranking. And this is not about ranking, this is about well-being. Ranking is just to say where India is positioned vis-a-vis other countries. And if you look at, again, our G20 nations, in SDGs, some of the top 1, 2, 3 are all, I think, Sweden, Finland, and some others. We are 120. I have to ask, of all the nations, have we mapped where the SDGs are? And India, I think the focus, I was reading a Niti Aayog report, our focus, except for the three SDGs, we are there, we are mapping state by state all the SDG goals. Where are we slipping? Where are we not able to cope up? Is there a concerted effort to bring startups and innovations through, because agriculture is a focus area here, so agriculture and sustainability, can we actually see how we can impact SDG through innovations in agri-food systems and sustainability? If we cannot do that, we will completely fail in saying that India is a startup nation. We are third in terms of number of startups. What are these startups doing if you cannot impact life? Because SDG is one of the acknowledged ways of measuring how we are doing as a nation in terms of providing all citizens the benefits of development. If we are unable to link innovation and our startup ecosystem to SDGs, we would fail. So what I've done through this little bit of talk is to raise questions. The idea is not to be talking about IKP or what we do or what we have done. The purpose for me today is to raise questions about what we can do to work with our innovation ecosystem to make agri-food systems, sustainability, and SDGs, these three things that have been the topic of our conversation today. How do we bring in startups into it? I am aware of at least 30 or 40 startups working in these areas. Is that a good number? We spoke of 3,000 startups in the agri-food systems in India. And Dr. Chintala mentioned 50 of them are doing good. The rest of them are 1 to 2 crores of revenue. It's not about revenue. It is about the impact that you are able to make. And my question would be, I would map all those 50 that are really doing well and try to map them to SDGs and see whether there is an impact that is possible. I'm not going to take more time because I know there are startups in this session who would actually tell you about what impact they are doing in terms of agri-food system. And I see Manoj sitting here. So we would hear from them. Absolute is here, Shivam. But it's important to understand that the link between innovators in the agri-food system and SDGs. And if we can do a good mapping before our maybe the September communique or when we hand over the presidency, if there is a way to bring out a report on this, I'm not saying it's about where India stands and what we can do as kind of policy references for all the G20 member states. It varies a lot, but I think we need to talk about innovation and agri-food systems and what are the best practices.
My attention the most, being a part of the startup ecosystem, was looking at measuring the impact of startups to the SDG goals, especially when they have managed to come to a stage of being able to sustain themselves. How are they really impacting? I think that would be a great metric. So for all the ecosystem enablers out here, probably that could be another parameter that we add. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipanvita. Could I share a token of my affection for you?
I would also like to request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Garu, Registrar and Director of AgHub, to kindly come on stage and give his insights.
It's my pleasure to be here for this inaugural session on the workshop Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating the Sustainable Developmental Goals. As you all know, this is the year that India takes G20 as presidency, where there are several engagement groups like B20, T20, C20, etc. In tune with this broad thinking, we at PJTSU saw an opportunity for conducting this one-day workshop. So thanks to Tadas as well as Kalpana Shastri for making this workshop. So thank you, sir. And here we are in this inaugural session. Professor Jaishankar Telangana Agriculture University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country, and it aims to become a center of excellence and one-stop destination for agriculture entrepreneurship, encompassing education, research, and extension with all its faculties, farmers, and rural communities towards greener prosperity and to create, foster, and present to the world entrepreneurs who will strive to work for ecological and nutritional balanced future for the state, country, and the world at large. The university has established AgHub, a Section 8 company, in hub and spokes model, where the hub is at Hyderabad and the spokes are at rural innovation centers. And the main aim is to encourage agri-food startups and aspiring student entrepreneurs. The rural innovation spokes promote rural entrepreneurship among the farmers, rural youth, rural women, and FPOs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of Telangana. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Chintala Garu for your financial support for this establishing the AgHub at the university. So till date, AgHub has nurtured more than 45 plus food and agri startups, more than 1,500 decision thinkers, 500 plus ideas, more than 10 rural enterprises, 20 grantees, more than 2 seed-funded startups, and impacting the lives of more than 5,000 farmers in the state. This workshop provides platform to propose process, pathways, and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness. The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agriculture innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors. These solutions would resolve the common challenges of all the G20 countries, such as food insecurity, gaps in global value chain, crop productivity due to climate change, and employment generation. This workshop, engaging with all the stakeholders, policymakers, academia, innovators, incubator fraternity in this region, and farmer is the ideal platform for understanding the needs, blocks, challenges, and the balanced economic growth and sustainable development. What we needed is the major 4 efforts, that is sustainable environment, sustainable production, sustainable nutrition, and sustainable livelihood. The government, private sector, and all the stakeholders need to collaborate and maintain harmony with nature, address inequality, create resilient, sustainable global value chains. The collaborating of this ecosystem players is perhaps the first step in this direction. Research Innovation System for Developing Countries and its Global Development Center and IKP Knowledge Park is a clear sign of putting it into right practice. Sir, we warmly acknowledge the presence of Gareth Owens for his interest and sparing his time to be with us today. We would be happy to explore more linkages in future, especially with research and academic programs of this university. Having Dr. Chintala as a keynote speaker in today's session sets the tone for the theme of this workshop. Sir, truly your support, guidance, especially in the area of innovation-led pathways and building agri-entrepreneurs in this part of the country has been path-breaking, and university truly acknowledges your inspiring and leadership role. We are also thankful to Dr. Arvind Kumar, our friend and supporter of PJTSU. Sir, your presence is indicative how both global, national, and local programs work together in agri-food sectors. The approach of ICRISAT in imbibing the Sustainable Developmental Goals into its program is worth emulating and a useful model. We are look forward to hear you from this about your experiences. So with these few words, I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all to all this green campus and look forward for fruitful deliberations in this one-day workshop. So thank you one and all.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh, and then Gujarat. My role, I work as a business associate. I help micro entrepreneurs to plan their business, make a business plan. And I am closely associated with the farmer producer company in Bihar. So currently we have all farmers with us. All of these women are farmers. So why not the farmers who are from Bihar, what they are doing is, so now agriculture cannot be done single-handedly, like only based on harvesting. We need to incorporate animal husbandry into it. So we are promoting integrated farming. What the Behan, like this is Urmila Behan, she is a board of director of Karn Bhumi Farmer Producer Company. So what her farmer producer company does is they provide better quality crops to the farmers, like the seeds also. And then they do cultivation in groups, like the same variety of seed is cultivated by a group of people so that they can sell the harvest together. So that's what they are doing. So we have all, like her company has already done the paddy sale last year of up to 70 metric ton, like all women organization. And they have earned the revenue of up to 8 lakh from that sale. Also, they are working in perishable products like sponge guard and have done a sale of up to 2 lakh in sponge guard. So that is her work mainly. This one is Sadhana. She is working in a goat rearing center. So what they are doing is they are promoting farmers to have goats, to adopt goats and then rear them, do the farming of goats. So firstly, they made a group of farmers and then taught them what are the benefits of having a goat. Then they are also research based. They are supported by the research organization, which help them provide the medicines also. So Bakri ke doctor, they are making goat doctors. They have a group of women who are treating goats by going to the homes of the farmer. They are providing vaccines, injection and everything that reduce the mortality rate. They have they have shareholders, members of up to 16,000 in Bihar. So that many women, so you can imagine the scale they are working on. Yes, so they have made this new product. This is called the goat milk soap, Gotik, they have named it. And we have already, this is just started 6 months before, and we have already sold 5,000 soaps. And we are out of stock currently, people are asking for it. Yeah. We can move further to the Behan. She is from Ladakh. So she is an apricot farmer herself, and she's making different products from apricot, like apricot oil, juice, and different sorts of products. So this is she's bringing farm products to table directly. There is no middleman involved in the process. So she is getting the margin, or the farmer who's producing it is getting the margin out of the product. So that is something that Seva is promoting, eliminating the middleman, and the producer is getting the right price for the harvest. And then this Ben is from Rudi, from Gujarat. So Rudi is a well-known enterprise of Gujarat. They are making everything you can find in a kitchen. Anything you will say, they are making it, they are packaging it, and they are selling it. So their business is a little developed than the others. They are also available on the online platforms, and they are a profitable enterprise. They are making a sale of in crores. So there are many numbers is difficult. So we make members and we support all our members in whatever capacity we can. We also work on their social status, their economic status. So the logo, the motto of Seva is Swabhilamban and Poorna Rozgar, getting employment for women for 365 days. So that's what we are aiming at. And to increase her social status, to increase her status in a family. She can also make decisions in her family. So those types of, formalizing the informal economy, that's what we are working on.
the discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important part pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country. With this brief introduction, I request Mr. G.A. Tardas, the chair of TF6, to come and brief on what is the task force.
In this August gathering, discuss on the sustainable solutions in agriculture. And I'm indeed thankful to collaborate with the Global Development Center RIS, of which I am also a part RIS, and the Professor Jai Shankar, Telangana State University Agriculture, then FCDO UK government, Ag Hub. In fact, we were going through the some innovation stalls which are put up when we were entering. It was indeed a good learning experience for me. We were thinking of how we should have a sustainable agriculture, and then I could see that we are indeed progressing towards that path. I did not know much about what sustainable solutions are available. We keep talking, in academic and research that we should be doing this or that, but today I could see that it is happening on the ground. That is indeed a very heartening development. As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030, where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture. There are important, other sub-themes relating to gender equities, women-led development, health, one health approach to all mankind, and then we have blue economy, water conservation, and then we have the gender biodiversity, gender equity, and then ultimately we need to discuss on these themes so that we arrive at some suggestions, recommendations which we can forward to the G20 deliberations, so that the views and the suggestions that are put forth in these various important events are deliberated in the G20 summit as well. And hopefully that we'll be able to make some recommendations in the final declaration that may come at the end of the India G20 presidency in November. I don't think, because we are already running late, I understand, I will not take much of your time. We have a full day long to go through various important topics, and I am sure that we will be able to come out with important suggestions and policy recommendations. We have galaxy of experts who will be addressing all of us, and we look forward to a very fruitful discussions day long. And thank you once again, all of you. And I thank again the collaborators for this very important event. Thank you.
नमस्ते जूले, मेरा नाम छुरुल है। मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथोन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है। हमारे लद्दाख में 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, एक लेह और करगिल। 21 सेंटर चलता है अभी हमारे बहन 3000 ये फूड प्रोसेस का काम करता है, 2000 टेलरिंग का काम करता है, 2000 वीविंग का काम करता है। हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। पहले हमारे बहन लोग कमरे से बाहर भी नहीं निकलता, अभी हम लोग अपने हाथ से खुद कमाई करके अपना इनकम एक बहन का 3-4 हज़ार मिलता है। लद्दाख में भी बिकता है, इंडिया में भी अभी ऑर्डर आता है सर, क्योंकि ये ऑयल तो आज का ऑर्गेनिक है, हम सब बहन मिल के हाथ से बनाता है जी। ये क्रीम के लिए भी अच्छा है। ये जूस आजकल कोरोना आया ना, उस टाइम तो डॉक्टर लोग बोल रहे ये कोरोना के लिए दवाई है बोल के, हम तो 500-600 बैरल का डिमांड भी आता है सर। अभी हमारा सोच है ये ऑनलाइन भी भेजेगा, सोच रहे हैं सर।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम साधना है और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं। और वो साबुन हम लोग का ये गोट मिल्क के साबुन जो बनाते हैं उसमें गोट मिल्क रहता है और पाम ऑयल रहता है, कोकोनट ऑयल रहता है, फ्रेगनेंस रहता है। फ्रेगनेंस हम लोग अभी वेनिला और लेमन ग्रास का यूज़ कर रहे हैं। तो इसका हम लोग जब स्टार्टिंग किए थे बनाना तो 3 मंथ जो हम लोग बनाए तो उसमें 3 मंथ जो बनाए तो हम लोग पहले खुद में ही ट्राई किए तो उसका फीडबैक अच्छा रहा। फिर हम लोग बहन को गाँव में दिए, गांव से फिर जब फीडबैक पूछे तो वहाँ से भी अच्छा रहा। अब तो ये कंटिन्यू बहन लोग का डिमांड है कि दी हम लोग के पास जब ब्रीड बढ़ गया है तो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है, तो ये गोट मिल्क हम लोग से आप कंटिन्यू लेते रहिए ताकि ये हम लोग का चलता रहे और ये मेरा साइड इनकम हो जाएगा। ये विचार हमारे सेवा में एक आए थे भैया, SBI फेलो से थे वो, तो उन्होंने ये सारा प्रक्रिया खोज के निकाला। उसके बाद हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दिए, उसके बाद उससे फिर हम लोग प्रशिक्षण लिए और वो अभी हम लोग दिसंबर महीने से कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनका कुछ ही दिन मतलब 1 साल का उनका टाइम था जो कि उनका बीत चुका था, तो वो लोग हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दे के चले गए और दिसंबर महीने से अभी तक हम लोग 5,000 साबुन बना चुके हैं और सेल कर चुके हैं और इससे बहन लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हो रहा है। अगले 5 साल में हम यही करना चाहेंगे कि अगर ये गोट मिल्क चल गया तो इससे बहन को भी बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा होगा और हमको भी फ़ायदा होगा, क्योंकि हम जो कमा रहे हैं उससे हमसे जो छोटे भाई बहन हैं उसमें उसको हम पढ़ाई में पैसा देते हैं और उसमें मम्मी को भी मदद होता है और क्या, और बहन को भी फ़ायदा हो रहा है इसमें, क्योंकि उससे जो हम दूध ले रहे हैं वो 200 रुपया लीटर ले रहे हैं और अगर 1 महीने होता है तो 1 महीने में उसका 6,000 रुपया है, जो कि एक बिहार की बहन के लिए बहुत बड़ा रकम होता है।
Let me now take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Gareth Wyn Owen, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission. His role includes promoting business and trade talks, strengthening scientific and education cooperation, and working with partners and tackle climate change and ensure a transition to clean and sustainable growth. So we look forward to have your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I'm really pleased that we, the UK government, can support such an important day's discussion. Thank you all. Thank you to all our partners. There are many of you. We really appreciate your support bringing together this day of discussion, and we're really pleased to be working with you all on some of these key development and SDG priorities, especially in the area of agriculture. I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply, to ensure everyone around the world, everyone, all of us, have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. How do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe. I think we can all agree there's enough food out there. How do we ensure everyone enjoys what most of us in this room do? And I certainly believe what's important is collaboration. Governments, businesses, civil society, universities. So it's great that today, across the discussions and in this room right now, we have agricultural professionals, we have innovators, we have people representing businesses, investments, students, and policymakers, to name a few. And I believe that is vital if we really want to accelerate how we are going to tackle the SDGs going forward. Because it's important we do not lose focus on the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Together, we all must tackle and deliver on the SDGs. It is vital for us all, whether you live in the richest country in the world or the poorest. Because for the SDGs, it's important because our planet needs us to deliver on the SDGs. The population of the world needs us to deliver on the SDGs. And I certainly hope from the discussions today will come out an actionable framework which will help accelerate delivery towards the SDGs and sustainable agriculture and tackling global food insecurity. Because I think you'll all agree, and that's probably why we're all here today, that the most important thing for the SDGs is that no one is left behind. And I certainly believe, and I certainly know, that we have it in us to achieve that, but we all must work together to do that. So thank you very much for organising this day. I believe, and from what I've seen already in the discussions I've had, it will be very successful, and I look forward to seeing the results. So thank you again for all our partners. It will be a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अंशुया है। मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। 2002 से ज्वाइंट नहीं थी तब मेरी परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थी। जैसे कि मैं पशुपालन काम कर रही थी और एक कैद मजदूर बहन थी। जब मैं नई सेवा में जुड़ी थी तब मैं घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, बहुत मुश्किल काम था। लेकिन जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तब मेरा बहुत सारा शक्ति विकास हुआ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है। जैसे कि फूड प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली तो फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली कि जो हमारा जो किसान भाई था वो बाज़ार में जाते थे तो वो बचौटिया थे, वो सब चीज़ पूरे कम दाम में ले लेते थे। लेकिन जब सेवा से जुड़ी ट्रेनिंग ली तब हमें पता चला कि हम पूरे बाज़ार से जुड़े, बचौटिया को निकाल के पूरे बाज़ार के जाएंगे तो हम पूरे दाम में हमें पूरे के पूरे दाम मिलेंगे। बाद में हमारा वो सेवा का एक प्रतिनिधि चुना, वो गांव-गांव में जाके किसानों को समझाता है कि क्वालिटी पसंद करता है कि कैसी क्वालिटी, जो अच्छी क्वालिटी हो तो पूरा दाम मिलते हैं। बाद में बहनों को भी ट्रेनिंग देते हैं रूढ़ी की कि कैसे प्रोसेसिंग करना है, कैसे साफ़ सफाई करना है, कैसे पैकेजिंग करना है। तो हमारी जो सेवा में जुड़ी हुई बहन है वो उन लोगों को भी उन्हीं का गुजरान चलाने के लिए आमदनी मिलती है। बाद में मैंने फूड प्रोसेसिंग में बेकरी की ट्रेनिंग ली। मैं अभी बेकरी शेफ़ हूँ, तो बेकरी में भी अलग अलग प्रकार के कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ। पर जब बाहर बेकरी में मैदा की चीज़ मिलती है, जो मैदा हम खाते हैं तो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत हानिकारक है, तो मैं मैदे से हटाकर मैं गेहूं के आटे में से सब चीज़ बनाती हूँ। जैसे कि अलग अलग प्रकार का कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ, पाव, बन, ब्रेड, पिज़्ज़ा बेज। क्या कि ये नए जनरेशन में सब लोग बाहर के पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं, तो पिज़्ज़ा बेस भी मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बनाती हूँ। और अलग अलग चॉकलेट्स भी बनाती हूँ, क्रीम रोल भी बनाती हूँ, खारी अलग अलग प्रकार से बनाती हूँ। वो सब मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बेकरी की प्रोडक्ट भी बना। पहला मेरी आमदनी बहुत कम थी। जब मैं घर में काम कर रही थी मेरे को 1000 और 1500 मिलते थे। जब मैं बेकरी सेफ हो गई तो तब मेरी आमदनी 15,000 से 18,000 मेरी हो गई है। इसीलिए सेवा इज़ ग्रेट, सेवा इज़ माई मदर।
India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, formerly known as Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub, PJTSAU, Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
दो 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खोबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबकथुन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
बिहार भागलपुर से हूँ और मैं 2018 में सेवा में जुड़ी हूँ। उसके बाद 2016 में सेवा से जुड़ी हूँ और 2018 में मेरे कर्णभूमि कंपनी का गठन हुआ है। उसमें हम लोग अपना बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं, जैसे कि सब्जी, गेहूँ, धान, मक्का। इसमें मतलब बीज भी बेचते हैं। उसके बाद जो खरीद होता है उसे धान, गेहूँ, मक्का खरीद कर अपना सेल करते हैं। तो उसमें अगले यानी कि 21 और 22 में हम लोग लगभग 1,32,000 का सेल किए।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub, PJTSAU, Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi, and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Make Dut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
Coming to sustainable development goals, NABARD is not new to this. Maybe yes, these goals have been outlined and how one has to achieve by 2030, whether it is no poverty, hunger, gender equality, so on and so forth. I think in 90% of the sustainable development goals, NABARD has always been a part of it, and it has been spearheading the entire program across the country.
2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, సిబాక్థోన్ జ్యూస్, జామ్, అబ్రికోట్ జ్యూస్ बनाता है.
నా పేరు శ్రీజ. నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను. ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను. నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ शेल तोटी तैयार చేశాను.
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं. वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं. GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है.
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. AgHub, an agri-innovation hub of Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University, organized an innovative workshop in Hyderabad on March 17, 2023. The workshop was titled Gen Y, the Game Changers and Challengers. This feature gives glimpses of the event and josh with which youth participated.
story of the
See,
conditions, particularly the medical conditions.
right. See, AI as a model would only have access to the data that you give it. So, in case if you have any confidential information, so to expose it to AI, before exposing it to AI, your personal identifier PII data, before giving it to the AI, you should have certain processes or internal to your IT team that this data should be masked all the time. You have to ensure that your data is secured within your organization before giving it to the before sending using that data to the model. In fact, even in banking industry also, in case if models are being built, models are not given with any confidential information. Models are given with masked data or encrypted data. It ensure that the data engineer or data scientist would ensure that data is already masked and PII data is not available, and data scientist will not accept any data if it is not masked or which is not encrypted. So thus checks are being done in real-time industry.
I do agree with that, but there is a background story to it on the health HL7 platforms and mirth, which is also involved into it. Don't we feel that we have to again mask the complete platform before it gets exposed properly and what are the threats?
Having said anything, ethics are something that is our top priority of an AI model. In case if we find that anything in a model, there is a threat to the basic necessities of a human, then definitely it has to be uphold for a while until we think of a solution for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll move on to the next.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable info presentation on AI. Moving ahead, I now welcome Mr. Saurabh Rai, Vice President of Engineering and Machine Learning, Data Foundry, for his keynote on unified data analytics. So, Mr. Saurabh Rai is currently the Vice President Engineering and Machine Learning in Data Foundry. He has over 23 years of experience in life sciences and healthcare. Saurabh Roy has worked for the past decade as an enterprise architect and is well versed in AWS, Azure, and GCP. He was previously with Paraxel, HP, and Philips before joining Data Foundry. So, please.
Good morning, everyone here. So I'll try my best to keep you awake as much as possible. Today I'll probably talk about unified data analytics and platform. Can you turn on? So unified data analytics, why data? What is the focus here in unified data analytics? It's a data. Focus on data. Traditionally, they always wanted your money. Now they want your data. From anybody who's calling up to sell you anything, if they get nothing, they still want your data. So data is gold, right? So I think we have plenty of jargons in the industry. I will also try to bring perspective to some of the jargons. But unified data analytics, I think it's a fairly self-explainable term. So you have data and then you're trying to unify it and get analytics on top of it. So let's see what is the need for unification. Okay, so I think a lot of people might have seen this. Traditionally, we started with 4 Vs, 5 Vs, and now we have 6 Vs and 7 Vs finally. So I'm not going to go through each of them, but this is fairly common. You can Google. I'll go through some of them, which probably will resonate with most of you here. So these are the challenges with the data. that we deal with. The first is variety. So data happens in silos. It happens in your line of business applications. It is happening on social media and probably everywhere that you touch. And then they are happening in different shapes and forms. They're happening in databases of your applications. They are happening in as tweets on Twitter. They're happening as posts on Facebook. The whole documents, if you consider office documents, PDFs, you talk about audio, video, they're all data. So there essentially the need for the unification comes in because the forms are so disparate, you're not able to process it in one go in a very simple manner. So then there's this velocity. So we all, this is an information age. We want it available on the right time when you actually need it, and you want this huge amount of data to be processed as quickly as possible. And then there is this volume. So we already know there is an information explosion. Every organization and their ecosystem of suppliers, contractors, and so on, there's an explosion of data, and that data has to be managed. Then there is veracity, variability, and then obviously you want to visualize it. You need to understand what your data is. You want to make sure that your data is correct and complete. And finally, the heart of it, why you're doing all this, is to derive value. What is value for data? Something that conveys something to you based on which you can eventually take an informed decision. So that's the value you want to derive out of all this, the 7 characteristics or the challenges that you have of data that you overcome, is to get the value out of it. So unified data analytics platform, you see I spoke about variety, so the formats I just put out here for convenience. What comprises the data analytics platform is the various forms of data in this form of image, audio, video, text, tables, column, markups, and so on. And then you have velocity. You absorb that data, you ingest that data from variety of sources, be it social media, your office documents, literature databases, journals, and so on, and applications, of course. And then you process them. And then that leads you, when you ingest, it leads you to a huge challenge of how you manage this, organize this data so that you can retrieve them in the form at the time that you really need it. So veracity, variability I did speak about, is about completeness and accuracy and consistency of data. And finally is the visualization. You understand your data, what it is trying to convey, and then drive those actionable insights on which you can take decisions. So if you see the variety of data formats, you have structured data. So what is structured data? Typically, if you think, we always think of tables, databases. Any application that you use stores data most often in relational databases. You create tables. We have other forms, columnar databases, and so on nowadays. But that's essentially structured data. Unstructured data comprises of your social media, audio, video, documents. All of those we spoke about. Semi-structured data, it could be events, it could be a website data, it could be data going out of your sensors, your medical devices, which has some form of structure, and some part it could be proprietary also. But then you still, if you get to an understanding of the data, you can eventually extract some value out of it. So these are the 3 broad varieties that you have. Oh, and then we're unifying it. We put it like a data lake. So you bring the data and you try to unify so that you can get some analytics out of it. And this is also how traditionally we had been doing. How do you ingest data from variety of applications, variety of sources? So most of it, if you think of Twitter, Facebook, and others, websites, events, they are mostly in the form of streams. Even IoT devices, mobile devices, you can consider there as streams. And then you capture those streams and store them in the form that you do, and then process it to extract information out of it. ETL, so it is ETL and ELT, some jargons has been around for last 20 years. Extract, transform, and load, and then we do extract, load, or transform. These two technologies or patterns are also been there for quite some time. Change data capture, so CDC, that's essentially extracting whatever you did today and you stored in your databases. Can you extract the data on a differential day-to-day basis? And this has to happen across multiple databases. And then you clean them, transform them, and process them. So that is what velocity is about. So this is a slide on how you organize data, and I'll talk about the history. So traditionally, we always like a centralized, well-governed store or well-governed approach where everything is at one place and we govern it. Traditionally, we have been using data warehouses. The challenge with data warehouses were that we had accumulated so much data that we could not process it. It was an overwhelming task to get anything done quickly in time. So what happened? We then came up with several other notions. We came out with a pattern called data lake. So what does data lakes do? Say you bring your data in whatever form and structure. Warehouses typically would be relational or columnar format. That's an extension of a large database, if you want to say. But lakes, they don't tell you the data has to be in this format. They could be structured, they could be unstructured, or semi-structured, doesn't matter. You could bring in, it's something like a landing area of your data, wherever you are eventually accumulating from variety of sources. And then you process it from that data lake. Now here you see there is another term called data marts. So they originated out of warehouses where you said we focus on a particular segment or dimension of data or an application of data. So a data mart could be your customers, it could be your patients, it could be hospitals, it could be organizations. So you're looking at one specific aspect of data or one topic, if you want to call it. So you're looking at that when you do a mart. And then that's a similar representation of analytics done on a line of business data. That's what a data mart really does. And then we have some more technology, some more buzzwords coming in. They call it a data mesh. So what is a data mesh then? So eventually they realized we can't move so much of data around. Okay, but we still want to have analytics done out of that. So how do we do it? We said, okay, we don't move the data, we process it where it resides, and we surface the intelligence, right? So, and then you have AI/ML, which is, you use a variety of techniques to process data which is not processed using traditional query or, pattern mechanisms that you have. Then you use AI/ML. So unified platform typically uses all or a combination of these. It basically depends on what you are trying to do. So as a unified data platform, I might use a lake, I might as well use a warehouse, I as well might use a mesh. Because no system is closed. You will have customers have different requirements, you yourself would have another requirements, your products will put certain other constraints for you. So you could pick whatever is appropriate for and fit for the purpose. That's what this slide essentially wants to convey. Data mesh, AI/ML, warehouse, lakes, marts. These are some of the common technologies or buzzwords that go around when you talk about data manipulation and data processing. So veracity and variability. So we want to talk about how to ensure data quality. How do we clean data? So you could get data, and then one of the things is you could do some kind of checks to see if the data is accurate, the data is clean. Now, one of the most common things that happen is sometimes data is missing. Okay, and you can't really get a model out because your data is missing. So what do? One typical approach is to build a statistical model or an ML model of the data that you have and use it to predict what the data could be at the missing place. So that's one way of how you substitute missing data. Otherwise, you have to remove those elements or those rows of data completely. So that's about cleansing, and enriching is about connecting data from multiple sources. Source of truth. So you might have data coming in, the same data might come from multiple systems. So as an organization or a business owner, you have to define what is the original or what is the correct system from where I will accept this data. So let's say it's a customer data. So do you accept it from a CRM? Do you accept it from a CLM? Which is the most authentic source of data that you could trust? And for every domain, you have to go and do that. And then it is about processing, ensuring consistency, integrity, and most importantly, anomaly detection. So if you are actually looking at your data, you also have to detect if there is noise coming in, if data has got corrupted or not being fed correctly. So those comes in anomaly detection. You figure out data which are inconsistent in the data sets that you have. So I'll pick on unstructured data. Primarily, I've put it around the things that we do, some of the things we do here. And it's all centered around documents, textual data. I've not covered audio and video here. So vision, I think some speaker mentioned about machine vision. So one of the simplest things that you do is you take a picture and then you want to convert that picture into a document and you want to edit it. So that's OCR. Character recognition. Ingestion of documents of various forms and structuring them. So you do a document analysis, be able to predict what kind of document. If somebody uploads your document, you want to tell what kind of document this is. Is this a legal document, a business document, a clinical document? Which kind of document it is. That's the classification. Then from, let's say, NLP, we do natural language processing. You do entity recognition. You are essentially building a product, and then you have customer reviews and all of that. Let's say on social media, somebody tells or does a wow on your product, or somebody is expressing that probably we can have this kind of a feature and it will help us deliver better. So identifying from a tweet or from a Facebook post or from a literature document where something of your interest is being discussed about is essentially entity recognition. What they are saying, what they are talking about, and what are they saying, and the relationship between all of that. So that's relationship construction. Language translation.
Very good.
You have a Japanese article written in kanji, or you have a Spanish document, you can't read it. Google does that, or most browsers does it, right? You translate at runtime and you read it. That's another kind of NLP exercise that you do. Then the final thing that we do is essentially around NLU, which is natural language understanding. If you give me a document, can I read that document and understand? Yes. Can the machine do so? This is an attempt for a machine to understand what the document is talking about. So you have a lengthy document and you want the gist of it, let's say in a page. You want to know what the document is trying to convey. So that's what summarization it. It summarizes. Q&A, I think ChatGPT has all this work already. So you could do Q&A, you can ask questions, get answered. Then you have something called semantic engineering, or you say ontologies. Ontologies are nothing but concepts. You model your businesses on concepts. It's very critical for whether you want to build a data warehouse or data lake or do any analytics on top of it. You have to define the key concepts of your business. Then only analytics can come to fruit. And then obviously is to search. Ultimately you want to read, or you want to have the information you want, so you should be able to search, pretty much like Google does. And then the final piece is around visualization. So one of the key things that you do in visualization is identify new patterns in the data, something that your eyes have or any human eye would have missed. You're able to discover new patterns, discover new intelligence. That's also what AI/ML does in a way, right? But discovering that in a huge data set is very challenging. And visualization, a proper visualization, be able to dissect data, turn it around, look at different patterns by, pivoting like Excel does, pivoting and looking at how the rest of the things follow. Regression, those kind of things, a visualization should be able to do, to mine data and tell you what you don't know about it. The other one, which pretty much everybody does, is around reporting, business intelligence reporting. You define data, you define patterns out of data that you already know. Your sales forecast or sales delivery, you want to see month on month how you're doing. So that's BI reporting. So that is pretty much I had, and thank you for your patience in hearing me. I would like to leave you with this video. You can enjoy what happens when data is united. Data in various forms and shapes are united, and then essentially you get to drive the intelligence out of it.
बैलेंस निकल रहा है क्या अपन लेजर बैलेंस 38,506 है ना अच्छा एक बार बिल चेक करो देन नॉट के नहीं 38,000 इसमें अपडेट तो पूरा
Sorry.
नहीं मार्च में भी अभी सामान लिया है वो भी डाल दो ये बार चेक करो मैं पूरा तो ये पेमेंट किया है हमने 91,000 का एक आखिरी पेमेंट किया
YouTube video almost 20
ये
years
70
back
के बाद 91 का
is
पेमेंट
still
किया
relevant today.
देखो
You can enjoy.
नहीं
मार्च का पेमेंट मैं अपडेट नहीं किया है
हाँ इसलिए होगा वो मार्च का पेमेंट निकाले
I think our mail it has dropped.
91,000 का मुझे अच्छे से आ रहा है पेमेंट किया मैंने
Ask, I can try and answer.
मुझे 5 मार्च वो कार्ड है
That is true. That is true. So essentially,
like
for AI to work, you can have models. So basically, AI is again to see what. See, if you already know what you have to do, it's robotics. Robotics process automation, as you would call it, or any form of automation. However, if you want to discover something which you haven't discovered in your data yet, that requires application of AI or ML. So even if you want to forecast something, so what happens is you will discover the patterns that exist in your data. Based on that, you forecast. Now, traditionally, what we do is we define features in the data. And then if you look at what the model derives, it probably is capable of defining 200 parameters of your data. Okay. Now, there's also this debate about, can you explain what it just predicted? So that's explainable AI. it's not easy, given the amount of computation that it does to explain logically. We end up in some situations like this where customer says, can you explain what it is predicting? And we have 170 stages of how the decision has been progressing. It's really very difficult unless there's someone on the other side who also understands what the model is doing. It's not straightforward. So explainable AI is very hard at this point of time. Maybe we will get better with it, but today it is a really difficult task to do. Okay, thank you very much.
38448. 38448.
Pizza Palace, guaranteed hot in 30 minutes or it's free. This is Mary. May I
Thank
take
you,
your
sir,
order?
for giving
Hi,
your.
Mary. Yes, I'd like to order.
This is Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you for calling again, sir. I share your national identification number is 610-204-999-8-45-54610. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I see you live at 736 Montrose Court, but you're calling from your cell phone. Are you at home?
I'm just leaving work, but I'm.
Oh, we can deliver to Bob's Auto Supply. That's at 175 Lincoln Avenue, yes?
No, I'm on my way home. How do you know all this stuff?
We just got wired into the system, sir.
Oh, well, I'd like to order a couple of your double meat special pizzas.
Sure thing. There'll be a new $20 charge for those, sir.
What do you mean?
Sir, the system shows me that your medical records indicate that you have high blood pressure and extremely high cholesterol. Luckily, we have a new agreement with your national health care provider that allows us to sell you double meat pies as long as you agree to waive all future claims of liability.
What?
Do you agree, sir? You can sign the form when we deliver, but there is a charge for processing. The total is $67 even.
$67?
Well, that includes the delivery surcharge of $15 to cover the added risk to our driver of traveling through an orange zone.
I live in an orange zone?
Now you do. Looks like there was another robbery on Montrose yesterday. You could save $48 if you ordered our special Sprout Submarine combo and picked it up yourself. Comes with tofu sticks. Those are very tasty, sir. Good value, too.
But I want double meat. Well,
I'm sure you can afford the $67 then. You just bought those tickets to Hawaii. They weren't cheap, eh? Oh, but I see you checked out the budget beach bum at the library last week. Up to you, sir.
All right. I'll get the Sprout subs.
Good choice, sir. Gotta watch that waist if you're hitting the beach, eh? 42 inches. Wow. Man, I'd say tofu and sprouts is like required.
That's how much?
Just between you and me, there's a $3 off coupon in this month's Total Men's Fitness magazine. Your wife Betty subscribes to that, right? Anyhow, clip that and it's $19.99 even. Whoa, looks like you maxed out on all your credit cards. Bring cash, okay?
Want to stop this from happening?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable insight to us. And now, take this as an opportunity. Let me felicitate Mr. Ramakrishna Garu and Saura Roy Garu by Sridhar Garu by Krishna Reddy Garu. What?
Let's have a group pic.
I now invite Ms. Lakshmi M., President Designate ITAB, to present the vote of thanks.
On behalf of IT Association of Andhra Pradesh and also the Godavari chapter, I sincerely extend a big thanks for the big success of this first part, and thank you to the dignitaries on the stage and all our industry colleagues and the rest of you. Thank you for being a part of this session.
I tap to present the oath of
And
thanks.
specifically, I would like to start thanking with Mr. Krishna Reddy, Mr. Sridhar Kosraju, and Kumar for setting the stage and the context for this conclave. And on behalf of IT
Big thanks to our
Association of Andhra
guest
Pradesh
speakers
and also
Mr.
the
Ramraj Garu,
Godavari
who
chapter
talked
about AI penetration into the industry and how important it is for the industry to adopt for us to stay relevant in the business. And then, of course, Mr. Saurav Roy's keynote address was about the unified data platform and the 7 V's of data. And we just saw when everything gets unified, what happens to us. Thank you very much. We have an exciting AI panel discussion and analytics. Please stay here and let's enjoy those. Thank you so much.
I problem there. Because no, it's not the wrong. You know what you're doing, isn't it? इसको अपडेट करो हाँ इसमें जो एक वो बताने नहीं जा रहा but फिर भी कौन से yeah नहीं इसलिए वो आपने गाड़ी यूज करो तो कौन सी करनी क्या करनी ये नहीं करेक्ट इसको शेयर करके नहीं किया था पहले पहले वाला नहीं जो आपने पहले निकाला था वो सही नहीं किया नहीं आपको दिखाया इसका मैं ना पीरियड तनाव नहीं इनका ना दिल्ली से वापस तो पीरियड भी निकालो ना उसमें ऑप्शन रहता नहीं ऑप्शन से निकाला तो नहीं यहाँ पर आप जब ये कर रहे हैं ये बोलना ये है हमारे
చిన్న బ్యాగ్ అయితే లోపలికి వచ్చేసి ఉంటాయి షాల్స్ అదేంటుంది వచ్చినాయండి లోపలికి వచ్చినాయి
సరే ఇది ఒకసారి అయిపోయినా ఉంది చూద్దాం లాస్ట్ లో చూద్దాం
సార్ ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి చెక్ చేయించండి
మనకి ఇంకా యాక్టివిటీ లేదు కాబట్టి చూద్దాం
అట్లీస్ట్ గిఫ్ట్స్ వచ్చేసినాయి అట్లీస్ట్ షాల్స్
ఇదే అవుతుంది
మీరు ఒకరు మాట్లాడి సరిపోతుంది ఎందుకంటే టైం కూడా షార్ట్ అవుతుంది అలాగే
నుంచి వచ్చే బాగుంది అది చిన్న వయసు పెట్టింది ఇంకా అసలు సారి పెట్టాను
ఈ షార్ట్స్ కూడా ఒకటి రెండు చేస్తారనమాట ఏమన్నా స్పెసిఫిక్ పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయండి
ఒకళ్ళే మాట్లాడేది టైం తక్కువ ఉంది
ఓకే నమస్తే అండి. సో ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఈ అసోసియేషన్ సారథ్యంలో మేము గోదావరి రీజన్లో ఏఐ అండ్ ఎనాలిటిక్స్ సంబంధించి ఒక కాంక్లేవ్ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నామండి. అంటే దీంట్లో ప్రధానంగా ఏంటంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉన్న ప్రధానమైన ఐటీ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన అందరు ప్రతినిధులు, ఇక్కడ విజయవాడ నుంచి, విశాఖపట్నం నుంచి, కాకినాడ, గోదావరి నుంచి, తిరుపతి నుంచి కూడా CEOs అందరూ ఇక్కడ రావడం జరిగింది. అంటే కరెంట్గా ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్, మీకు తెలిసిన ChatGPT ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీస్ బాగా ప్రొలిఫరేట్ అవ్వడం, వాటి ద్వారా IT కంపెనీస్ వీటిని ఎలా బెనిఫిట్గా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి, తద్వారా ప్రొడక్టివిటీని ఎలా పెంచుకోవాలి అన్నది IT కంపెనీలందరికీ కూడా ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయడంలో పార్ట్ కింద IT అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అందరినీ కూడా ఒక చోటకి తీసుకొచ్చి ఈరోజు మన కాకినాడలో హోటల్ సరోవర్ పోర్టులో ఈ కాంక్లేవ్ నిర్వహిస్తున్నారండి. ఇప్పుడు మాకు వచ్చిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ప్రకారం 135 మంది డిఫరెంట్ ప్రతినిధులు ఇక్కడికి హాజరయ్యారు. ప్రధానంగా CEOs, అలాగే IT కంపెనీల యొక్క ఎంప్లాయీస్, స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఇందులోకి రావడం జరిగింది. సో ఈ కాంక్లేవ్ ప్రధాన ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే ఐటీని అయితే Tier 2 సిటీస్లో కూడా టెక్నాలజీ, AI లాంటి టెక్నాలజీ వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఎక్కడి నుంచి అయినా కూడా మనం హై ఎండ్లో కూడా వర్క్ చేయొచ్చు, తద్వారా ప్రొడక్టివిటీని తెచ్చుకోవచ్చు అన్నట్టుగా మనం ప్లాన్ చేస్తామండి. మాతో పాటు ఇక్కడ IT అసోసియేషన్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు, పాస్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు, అలాగే అప్కమింగ్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ మేడం రామకృష్ణ గారు, అలా డిఫరెంట్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. పర్టికులర్గా మన గోదావరి రీజియన్కి వచ్చిన ఒక బిగ్గెస్ట్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే విశాఖపట్నం IT డెస్టినేషన్ కింద తయారు చేస్తున్న ఈ తరుణంలో DR కింద, అంటే ఏదన్నా ప్రకృతి ఉపద్రవం ఏదన్నా వచ్చి విశాఖపట్నం లాంటి ప్లేస్లో ఏమన్నా ఈ IT సర్వీసెస్కి ఏమైనా ఇబ్బంది అయితే, తద్వారా కాకినాడ, రాజమండ్రి లాంటి ప్లేస్ని ఇమీడియట్గా మనం ఒక కంటిన్యూన్సీ DR ప్లేస్ కింద కూడా ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి మనకి చాలా ఉపయోగం ఉంటుందండి. అందుకని కూడా ఈ 3 రీజన్స్లో ఇప్పుడు విశాఖపట్నం, మన గోదావరి, తర్వాత విజయవాడ, అలాగే రాయలసీమ తిరుపతిలో కూడా దీన్ని ఐటీని ప్రధానంగా డెవలప్ చేసే ప్రాజెక్ట్ కింద ప్రభుత్వం పనిచేస్తుంది. తద్వారా IT అసోసియేషన్ కూడా అందరినీ ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేస్తున్నాం అన్నమాట. సో ఇది మెయిన్ ఉద్దేశం, ఈ ఈవెంట్ యొక్క మెయిన్ ఉద్దేశం.
मैडम को नहीं यार, वो कौन गोविंद देव की मम्मी पंडू हाँ अरे एक वो है, नहीं वो करना है, ये
మాలాంటి వాళ్ళందరూ అబ్రాడ్లో పనిచేసి ఆంధ్ర ప్రాంతం నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు, హైదరాబాద్, బెంగళూరు లాంటి మెట్రో నగరాలు, మహానగరాలు అందరూ వెళ్ళి అక్కడ పనిచేస్తాం. కానీ IT, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్, ఇంటర్నెట్ ఫెసిలిటీస్తో మన ప్రాంతం నుంచి కూడా పనిచేయడానికి ఫస్ట్ టూరిజం, వైజాగ్ అనేది మంచి బ్యూటిఫుల్ డెస్టినేషన్ అన్నమాట. తర్వాత ఈ అనుబంధ సంస్థ వైజాగ్లో ప్రధాన మనం డెవలప్ చేసుకుంటే ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చే సహకారం నిజంగా బాగుందండి. ఎందుకంటే ఆ సహకారం లేకపోతే మేము ఇక్కడ ఈ యాక్టివిటీ అంతా చేయలేము. అందరికీ కూడా ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పవర్ అయ్యి ఇచ్చారు, లేకపోతే ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఇచ్చారు, గవర్నమెంట్ చేస్తుంది. అయితే IT పరిశ్రమ సొంతంగా ఎదగలిగిన పరిశ్రమ కొద్దిపాటి సహకారం అందిస్తే తను ఎదిగి ఎంతో మందికి ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు ఇచ్చే పరిశ్రమ అండి. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గోదావరి రీజన్లో ఇక్కడ డైరెక్ట్గా ఇక్కడున్న కంపెనీస్తో ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ 5,000 మంది ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉంటారండి ఇప్పుడున్న కంపెనీల్లో. ఇక్కడ కాకుండా అంటే ప్రధానమైన నగరాల్లో కంపెనీల్లో పనిచేస్తూ ఇక్కడ మన ప్రాంతంలో వర్క్ ఫ్రమ్ హోమ్ కింద వర్క్ చేసేవాళ్ళు ఇంకొక 8,000 మంది ఉంటారనమాట మన రీజన్లో. అంటే ఇంతమంది ఎంప్లాయీస్కి ఈ పరిశ్రమ ఆధారభూతమైంది. గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి కూడా మంచి సహకారం అందుతుంది. ఇంకా మంచి సహకారం అందడం ద్వారా మేము సబ్సిక్వెంట్గా ఈ పరిశ్రమని ఆంధ్రాలో ఇంకా బాగా డెవలప్ చేద్దామని చూస్తున్నాం. అంటే IT పరిశ్రమలు అనేదండి ప్రధానంగా వాళ్ళ బిజినెస్ మీద ఆధారపడి ఉంటుంది అనమాట. గవర్నమెంట్ ఓన్లీ మన మట్టి లాంటిది. మొక్క IT పరిశ్రమ ఏ కంపెనీ ఆ కంపెనీ ఒక మొక్క. కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇనిషియల్ ఫెసిలిటేషన్, ఫెర్టైల్ ల్యాండ్ లాంటి, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డిఫరెంట్ క్లస్టర్స్ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి అనంతపురం నుంచి, గోదావరి రీజన్ నుంచి, వైజాగ్ నుంచి IT పరిశ్రమకి ప్రాంతాల డెవలప్మెంట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంకా మరికొంచెం ప్రోత్సాహకాలు, ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ కొంచెం ఇవ్వాల్సి ఉంది, అది కూడా వాళ్ళు క్లియర్ చేస్తున్నారు. క్లియర్ చేయడం ద్వారా తద్వారా ఇంకా మేము అగ్రెసివ్గా ఇక్కడ ఈ పరిశ్రమ ఎదగడానికి గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం, ప్రధానమైన సహకారం ఇలాంటి కాంక్లేవ్స్ లాంటి ప్రధానంగా పెట్టడం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రీసెంట్గా మనం పెట్టిన గ్లోబల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ సమ్మిట్ పెట్టాం కదండి. గ్లోబల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ సమ్మిట్ అనేది చాలా బాగా దానికి మనకి పుష్ ఇచ్చింది అనమాట. ఎంతో మంది ఫారెన్ లో ఉన్న మా క్లయింట్స్ కూడా గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ ఏదో జరిగిందట కదా, అందులో బాగా ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అయ్యారట కదా అని చెప్పి మాకు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. సో ప్రధానంగా ఇలాంటి ఐటీకి మార్కెటింగ్ ప్రధానంగా మాకు తీసుకురాగలిగితే ఇక్కడ ఉన్న టాలెంట్కి పదవి లేదనమాట. మన ఆంధ్రాలో ఉన్న టాలెంట్, తెలుగులో ఉన్న టాలెంట్ పదవి లేదు. ప్రధానంగా ఇలాంటి ఈవెంట్స్, తర్వాత కొన్ని ఇన్సెంటివ్స్, ల్యాండ్స్, లేకపోతే ఇలాంటి కొన్ని ఎలొకేషన్ ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. బట్ పాలసీలో క్లియర్గా డిఫైన్ చేశారు.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనే దాని మీద ప్రధాన భూమిక కదా ఇది, అంటే కమింగ్ అంటే రాబోయే కాలంలో ఇది ఎటువంటి పాత్ర వహించబోతుంది?
రాబోయే కాలంలో ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ చాలా ప్రధానమైన పాత్ర పోషిస్తుందండి. దీన్ని ఒక దాంట్లో ఏమంటున్నారంటే సునామీ ముందుంది అంటున్నారు అనమాట. అంటే ఏంటంటే ఈ రోజు మనకి చాట్ జీపీటీ అని మా పత్రికా సోదరులందరికీ కూడా తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. చాట్ జీపీటీ లాంటి కొన్ని టూల్స్ వచ్చాయన్నమాట. ఈ రోజు మీరు ఒక న్యూస్ పేపర్ క్లిప్పింగ్ రాయాలనుకుంటే 3 నిమిషాల్లో దానికి మనం చక్కగా చెప్పడం మనకు తెలిస్తే దానికి మీకు టక్కమని చెప్పి దానికి వివరం తయారు చేస్తాం. వాల్ స్ట్రీట్ జర్నల్ లాంటి పెద్ద పెద్ద న్యూస్ ఛానల్స్ కూడా ఈ కృత్రిమ మేధని ఎలా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. కానీ మనం ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఒక పనిముట్లా చూడాలన్నమాట. అంటే మన పనితనాన్ని ఇంకా పెంచగలిగి, మన ప్రొడక్టివిటీని పెంచగలిగే ఒక టూల్. పూర్వం వాషింగ్ మిషన్, టీవీ వచ్చిన రోజుల్లో ఇవన్నీ ఎందుకు మనకి, వాషింగ్ మిషన్ మనం ఏం చేసుకుంటాం, ఇంట్లో వాష్ చేసుకోవచ్చు కదా అనుకున్న రోజుల్లో, అంటే టెక్నాలజీని చూసి భయపడిన రోజులు ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. కానీ క్రమక్రమంగా మనం అందరం టెక్నాలజీకి అడాప్ట్ అయిపోతాం. అదే రకంగా ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనేది కూడా చాలా కొత్త పుంతలు తొక్కబోతుంది. ప్రతి రంగంలోని దాని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఉండబోతుంది, ప్రతి రంగంలోనూ. కానీ దీన్ని మనం ఎలా చూడాలంటే ఉద్యోగాలు తీసేస్తుందేమో అన్న భయంతో కంటే కూడా కొత్త ఉద్యోగాలు కల్పించడానికి అది ఒక కీలక పాత్ర అవుతుంది. మన ప్రొడక్టివిటీని బాగా పెంచుతుంది అన్నమాట.
పాత్రికేయ మిత్రులందరికీ ఏఐ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండి. ఎందుకంటే కంటెంట్ రైటింగ్ లో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు ప్లే వైటల్ రోల్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీ జాబ్ చాలా ఈజీ అయిపోతుంది, చాలా ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా ఉంటుంది. అంటే మీరు పెట్టే టైం ఏదైతే పెడుతున్నారో అందుకంటే చాలా తక్కువ టైం పెట్టి చాలా ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా, చాలా క్రియేటివ్ గా రాయొచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు చాట్ జీపీటీ అని మన కృష్ణారెడ్డి గారు చెప్పినట్టు ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ జనరేటివ్ ఏఐ. అంటే కంటెంట్ని జనరేట్ చేస్తుంది. ఆర్ట్, మ్యూజిక్లో కూడా ఏఐ వచ్చేసింది. సో జనరేటివ్ మ్యూజిక్ని కొత్తగా క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది, కొత్తగా కంటెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. సో డెఫినెట్గా మీరు అడిగినట్టు ఏఐ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు చేంజ్ ద ఫ్యూచర్ అండి. అండ్ ఫ్యూచర్లో చాలా చేంజెస్ ఉంటాయి. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ద టెక్నాలజీ కంపెనీస్, మేము ఓన్లీ ఐటీ కంపెనీసే కాదు, ఎవ్రీ బిజినెస్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఇంపాక్టెడ్ బై ఏఐ అండ్ ఈవెన్ అ కామన్ పబ్లిక్ ఆల్సో, కామన్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో. సో అందరికీ అవేర్నెస్ ఉండాలి. పర్టికులర్గా ఈ సదస్సు ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే మనం ఆ అడాప్షన్ అందరికీ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. బోత్ జాబ్ సీకర్స్ అంటే పీపుల్ ఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఫర్ ద జాబ్స్, కానీ అలాగే ఐటీ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైతే రన్ చేస్తున్నారో వాళ్ళకు కూడా, ఈవెన్ చిన్న కంపెనీస్, స్టార్టప్స్ కూడా ఈ అడాప్షన్ గురించి సెన్సిటైజ్ చేయాలి అని చెప్పి మేము ఈ ఉద్దేశంతో అన్ని రీజన్స్లో చేస్తున్నామండి ఈవెంట్స్. అవునండి, ఏఐ
అంటే ఇది కృత్రిమ మీదలో ఉన్న ఒక ప్రధానమైన విషయం ఏంటంటే అండి, అది తనకు తాను తెలుసుకుంటుంటుంది. అంటే పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ సింగులారిటీ అని ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉందన్నమాట. అంటే ఒకానొక దశలో వచ్చే ఫ్యూచర్లో ఒకానొక దశలో మనకి కృత్రిమ మేధ యొక్క మేధస్సు మనిషి మేధస్సు కంటే పైకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అన్న ఒక ఇది ఉందన్నమాట. కానీ అణుబాంబుని ఎలా అయితే మనం దాని పవర్ను ఉపయోగించుకుంటూ మనం స్టిల్ దాన్ని కంట్రోల్లో పెట్టుకున్నామో, విస్తృతమైన చర్చలు జరుగుతున్నాయి అన్నమాట అండి. సో దీని మీదే, అంటే దీన్ని టెక్నాలజీని ఉపయోగించుకుంటూ దాన్ని ఎలా కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి, నిజంగా ఏదైనా ప్రాబ్లం వస్తే దాన్ని ఎలా అన్ప్లగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీలు ఇవి యాక్చువల్గా వస్తున్నాయి అన్నమాట.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. పాయింట్స్ అంతా కూడా ఏదో జస్ట్ మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నట్టు
మనం వాళ్ళకి బ్రీఫ్ చేయాలి కదా, ఏదైనా బ్రీఫ్ చేయాలి.
రామకృష్ణ గారు మీరు ఏమైనా చెప్తారా?
मेरे बात ये बात है आप और बहुत अच्छा होगा तो क्या धीरे धीरे उसे कर ऐसा करना है और दूसरा आगे के तरफ को उनको डालेंगे ना दूसरा ये एक तरह
So, taking this moment, moving ahead for calling our panel discussion mates, like the first topic is data analytics. Today, we are fortunate to have with us panel of experts who are the forefront of the data analytics industry. They will be sharing their knowledge and expertise on how data analytics is revolutionizing various industries and transforming the way we do business. I cordially invite the panelist, Sri Madhu Vadlamani, moderator of Analytics Panel, practice manager of data engineering and AI experts of Miracle Software Systems. Moving ahead and taking a note on Mr. Madhu Vadlamani, a data analytics with 14 years of experience delivering insights using data, committed to helping the companies develop strategic plans based on the data, and a growth hacker who understands business using data and also a speaker, mentor, trainer, and thinker. Madhu is currently working as a SR Technical Practice Manager, data analytics with Miracle Software System, ensuring the quality delivery being first point of contact for leadership in best analytics practices, supporting clients and manage business. He also architects and create pipelines and has good experience in working with Power BI, GCP, Azure, and IBM Cloud. Prior to joining Miracle Software, he was associated with Deloitte Consulting. Madhu has till now delivered 400 plus sessions in span of 6 years by passion, guided thousands of students and professionals. He is also a writer in major news daily and board of member in AI and data science in top universities. 3-time judge for Smart India Hackathon. Welcome, sir. Our next member, Sri Ramakrishna Dasari, MD and CEO of Eftronics. So Ramakrishna Dasari is a founder CEO of Eftronics System Provide Limited, established in 1985. He is instrumental in Eftronics growth and is positioning it one of India's smart solution company. Backed up by rich R&D, Efronics is now a leading provider of smart solutions for railway signaling, smart cities, smart buildings, and industries. He holds Bachelor of Engineering degree from NIT Surat and MTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering from IIT Madras. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Indrajit Ann, CEO of Invites. And Indrajit Ann is the co-founder and CEO of Invites. He sets and evolves the strategic direction of the company. While a strong team to drive execution, Invites is business of data analytics in retail domain. Indrajit has over 25 years of experience at several leading companies. Previously, Indrajit worked with Northern Technologies International Corporation, where he held several leadership positions for 14 years. He was responsible for setting up and overseeing the company's business in the Middle East. He was the part of two-member team that set up business for NTIC in India in year 2000, was instrumental in its rapid growth. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Sri Ravichandra Kolluru, Delivery Head India of Tech Mahindra. Mr. Ravichandra Kolluru is a postgraduate in computer applications from Andhra University. He is also a certified global business leader from U21 Universities and Harvard School of Publishing. Ravichandra has close to 21 years of experience in the IT industry, spanning across different roles of delivery manager, program manager, operations head, and pre-sales head. Ravichandra has been associated with Tech Mahindra since 1998. In his current role of Assistant Vice President, Delivery is responsible for successful delivery of service and solution across customers. As an additional responsibility, Ravichandra is currently playing the role of a location head for Tech Mahindra Vizag facility and is responsible for the liaising with government officials, industry forums, CIA NOSCOMs, and academic institutions. Welcome, sir. So now the panel discussion will be conducted on the topic of data analytics. So please.
Very good. Am I audible? Yep. A very good afternoon to all of you. And yeah, time was 12 sharp, so afternoon. Yes, it is correct. Database, it is correct. So glad to see you, sir. And to be frank, this chair has to be there with one of my friend, Sudhakar Garu, but still, he was sick and wish him a speedy recovery. And he's not only a very good friend, but also a very good person in terms of the ITAP, in terms of the development and everything. I'm glad, and thanks for all the intro. And may I request for a couple of minutes that what exactly your company does? And this will be like around, don't mind if I have to follow a sequence, and don't ask me if you can follow the perfect statistical numbers. Maybe I'm rude and rugged, but still, I'm polite.
No, maybe we should start from Ramakrishna Garu, who's been the industry veteran and senior to us.
Yes, yes.
Basically, Efronics develops smart solutions from almost 2 decades. We monitor most of the Indian railway signaling, capturing the data with the help of IoT, and bring the data to the central place and analyze the data and find the anomalies. Especially, main objective is to reduce the accidents, and we are able to be successful in that. And now reducing the keeping in a right time. That is a running time of the train should be punctual. That is where the data is well used to control entire systems in the railways.
Excellent, sir. We'll talk more about it for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
May please, sir.
So, as you all know, I'm part of Tech Mahindra. So, Tech Mahindra, I don't think needs any special introduction. So, we've been one of the top IT companies and IT exporter in India. More than the IT services, we are into areas of seed funding some of the ideas, and we are into encouraging startups, and we have multiple center of excellence across different industries, technologies, and verticals. So I would say like there would not be an area where Tech Mahindra would not have had a touch point. At least let me put it.
The world knows that.
True.
Yeah, right. I'm Indrajit. I'm from Inventis. We are about an 8-year-old company based out of Vijayawada. We are primarily into data analytics for retail domain. So we typically do business intelligence reporting and a lot of other predictive analytics for manufacturers who supply to, I mean, primarily consumer goods manufacturers who sell through different retail chains.
Excellent, sir. Thanks for that. So let's start the panel. This will be the most interactive session for sure. Of course, no papers, no questionnaires as well. Even I don't carry any paper, just with some signers. Yeah, sir. Indian Railways is the top employer in the whole world, and you said that you have prevented a lot of accidents. You have done some mechanisms. So what was your thought process? What was your problem statement in terms of finding the solution? And I heard that your data center something is there in Vijayawada.
It is not the data center. First base for entire analytics is IoT.
Okay.
That is where the collecting of the data from the real world in a real time and bringing the data. IoT has a definition: sense,
Yes.
communicate, analyze, act.
Okay.
That's where we started sensing the data from a railway signaling. Each station will have something like thousands of relays will be there. All that relays information real time in every 16 milliseconds. We capture that, record that, and bring the data to the central place like a zonal headquarters, divisional headquarters. There in the computer we analyze the certain patterns, which is expected patterns, which is not expected patterns. If the patterns is not expected, for example, a driver crosses red signal, then it is identified and given alarm. Thereby they started punishing the driver and they started reducing it. These are the man-made. There are unman-made, that means because of can happen. These type of things were identified, and on that the data, the people started taking actions. Thereby they are able to reduce the accidents. Second thing, same data is used how the train entered into the station in a real time, because in India the most important challenge is data corruption. The more corruption is in data rather than a money corruption. Because of data corruption, the data corruption was reduced because the real time data was captured by the machine's information without tampering it. Thereby exactly when the train entered into the station, when it is left the station, with this data, now they started using the data. Initially the people used it to give information that punctuality is 95%, 99%, something like that. But when it is really taken into it, it is 30 to 40%. Now with this information they started working. Now it is improved to 60%. So that means there is an improvement in the usage of the assets and identifying the bottlenecks. This is how really the railway started using it. The infrastructure is every station will have IoT devices. That IoT devices are communicating the data to the central place. There again in the computers, which we analyze the data with our own algorithms. And of course, Power BI like things also used to get the slicing and dicing and understanding where really the challenges is, the understanding the statistics of it, acting on that. So this all helps us improving the getting a value. My observation is basically when you are talking about all these new technologies, how to create a value is a key. The key is a overall benefits divided by total cost management. The biggest challenge for any domain is where is that value, identify it, and the second is create it, the third is delivery it. Delivery it in the sense seeing that customer uses. Initially we have a lot of challenges where the customer is not using. Then we put our teams and see that we provide a real insights to the officers so that they started using that. Delivery is really the success, and after that we started scaling up. Now almost Indian Railways, 99% of the Indian Railways signaling monitoring is done by our equipment. and our system rather, I won't say equipment, the entire thing is done indigenously from Vijayawada. Not any technology except the whatever the operating systems or the regular tools, even not data lakes or whatever we are all talking, all our jargons, we are not using it. All that again, there is a inside is there. Inside they are there with the same technological dimensions.
Excellent, sir. I mean, so glad to see that you have set up a big thing in Vijayawada. So great to hear about it, sir. And I'll definitely punch up with a lot of questions again. Sir, having said that, let me. You're dealing with tons of data. At times, the tons of data is headache, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Because even in my company, when you say Power BI, half of my team members says that yes, we are there. So, what do you feel when you see that okay, this is the element, and we have to visual major pain points when you deal with this kind of a crunch of data?
Yeah, absolutely. One is having enormous amount of one thing, and second thing, as Ramakrishna, is the corruption of data. In the sense that you have a lot of data, but the attributions towards it, without attributable causes, whatever analytics you want to drive it, you can't generate any actionable insights without having proper attribution to each event, as you can say. So that's where the biggest challenge is. And once you overcome that challenge, I mean, for us to overcome that challenge, you need to have the business people also involved in this one. And that's where, majority of the organizations are not able to leverage their data, because, the data, as our speakers also said, is collected in silos, right? So there are different streams and different sources from which data is coming in. And you have data analysts or experts who can handle data, who can build statistical models on the data. But then, to actionable insights, you need to have a proper business problem associated with the data. And for us to derive answers or arrive at answers from the for business problem, you need to have that attributable causes to these. So that's where the challenge is, and that's where you can derive insights only when both businesses and the data team work together.
Agree. In fact, my manager always says that it's not about data collection; it's about engineering with lot of engineers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So kudos to my manager, actually Sanjeev. He's there in US, and in fact, sir, to you, sir. Tech Mahindra is definitely, no doubt, it's a big firm. No doubt, it's a world firm. So, no doubt how you are actually ensuring that you're getting the right skill for a project. Because these days, when we opt, even in our org, out of say, I don't want to compare with 10, I'd like to compare with 100. 100 out of 2, 100 out of 3. The success ratio of the people, exact qualified ratio, has been really, it's been varied a lot. So how do you see this challenge, sir?
In fact, I want to take a step back even before talking about data analytics, right? Today, if you look at in the market, every other day you hear a new jargon, new dimension of business coming into picture, where most of us are not even prepared to be there. Okay, so if I have to define data analytics, the approach that each one of us, big, small, whatever size of the organization, fundamental concept is we have to identify the need for a particular initiative, right? So why do we do it? What is the need for it? Once you identify the need, then I take a 5-pronged approach saying what, why, when, where, and how. So what has happened in the past, that's what defines the data. That's where you have the history. Then why has it happened gives you an analysis or insight into what led to that particular result, right? Now that you know what has happened, you have understood why it has happened in the first place, then you define where you want to be there. Where do you want to progress forward, right? Once you define a what, why, and where, then you have to identify and define when you want to get there, right? Timing to market is equally important. It doesn't mean that we have to do a knee-jerk reaction and come up with some cookie-cutter solution. So once you define the 4 W's, the what, why, when, and where, then you have to define how do you get there, right? So today we are talking about tons, terabytes, or n number of bytes of data coming into picture. But fundamentally, there are two sides of the pillar. One is the person who delivers the services, and the one who experiences the services. So when we talk about data analytics or data analyzation or whatever it is, everybody starts with data culture, right? So data culture never happens bottoms up. It has to be a top-down approach. The top level CXO person should embrace that, saying, yes, this is what has happened with this organization in the past, and this is the reason why it has happened. And my goal is I have to reach to this point, and this is my tread path, and this is how I want to achieve. Once you define these 5 things, then comes, is the industry ready? Right? We talk a lot about use cases. I think if I'm allowed to say, use case is one most abused word in the industry, right? Everybody talks about use cases. Somebody says, I have built 10 use cases. Somebody says, I'm working on a use case. But ideally, we are not breaking that problem into a level of understanding where an aspirant who's about to come into the industry, or an aspirant who's already there in the industry, or who has spent significant time in the industry can understand it, right? Today, most of the organization, like I said, big, small, or irrespective of the size of organization, we try to force something down the throat of an individual saying, I need this. Here you take this data, use this tool, and this is the algorithm, give me a result. But that individual may give you a result, but it will not be the idealistic solution that one can produce when he or she embraces it, understands fully, and buys into that philosophy, right? And I'll take 10 more seconds. I know I'm taking a bit of more time. So the other facet is, like Ramakrishna Garu said, data is corrupt, not Indians. That is true. Problem is, most of the organizations, people have been used to the legacy model of maintaining data. Even if you talk about any government organization, if you ask for a small pen, so you have to write on a piece of paper, I need this color pen, then your manager has to sign, and somebody else will move it to the commercial department, then he'll verify if it is there, he'll issue a stock, it will not come to you directly. Now, if you have analytics, if you have the data in the form of an Excel or some database, then you can identify the pattern, what is the lead time from order to cash or procure to pay, all these things happen, right? So customers have to be educated in terms of their reassurance of their job safety. Today, most of the time, the pushback comes because I don't want to let my management implement some analytic solution which will cut down my productivity from 5 days to 1 day. While they appreciate the productivity of 1 day, they are worried that what do I justify for the other 4 days which I was doing for historic years, right? So even in Tech Mahindra, what we believe, and most of the companies for that matter in the world believe, is training is important to individuals. But again, the timing of the training is what matters.
Agree.
It's not that you train today and down the line after 1 year somebody gets to work on it. By then he would have seen many more areas and he would have forgotten what he has to deal with as well.
Yeah, strongly agree. In fact, add to your point, sir. In fact, lot of people say that we are excited with data analytics, we are excited with AI. Actually, it's not excited. In the other fact, they are actually worried about it. I questioned to one of my friends, said that AI will kill jobs, and he's learning AI. I said that if you know that AI is going to kill the job, why are you learning it? I mean,
in fact, adding onto it, as a parent, I have a similar problem because my son who is about to enter engineering is equally confused. Okay, so one day he comes with
again, that's a data problem, sir. So when I ask a suggestion to one person, okay, 2%, yes or plus or minus, that's fine. 10 people. So we don't ask actually questions. We inquire questions, but we have the information already. Now that the ChatGPT has come in, every information has been in our pockets itself. And tomorrow the Bard will come, whole world will be in miniatures itself. Yeah. So yes, sir. So continuation with that particular point, sir. Lot of tools are there, lot of technologies are there, but at times you might not find the right manpower, but you can actually tackle it. Now, how do you, as a senior person in your company who handles a lot of data, how do you handle this kind of pressure? Because the pressure is that we need to get a client. Other pressure is that can we do it or not? Sorry if that is
Yeah.
a bad question.
No. As I said, I mean, if the customer is clear about what he wants, the job is very easy. You can get it done. The technologies or whatever technology he wants, like there are so many analytical tools like Power BI, like Ramakrishna Garu said, and then you have Tableau, and then you have FireSpot, and there are so many of them, okay, which are readily available visualization tools that can ingest data once it is structured and cleaned and things like that. So on one side, I would say that the technology adoption or training the people is not a big deal, as long as you have a clarity on what you want and where you want to go. As,
The
Sir
4
said.
Ws
Yeah.
of
So, I mean, to the first point of your question, getting the customer, yes, if the customer has clarity on what he is looking for, it's like 50% of the job done. So most of the times what we feel is customer wants something, but he doesn't know what he wants. That is the biggest challenge in the business today. Because now that all this chat GPT or whatever it is, the AI, the words AI and analytics have become the buzzwords. So everybody wants AI powered solutions, but they really don't know what AI really means and what really AI can deliver. There is more hype than what is practically possible. That's the practicality of the situation in the business today. So most of the times we see clients saying that, I would like to have a model, which can understand my natural language and then tell me this one, tell me that one, etc. But most of us, what we don't realize is even as advanced model as ChatGPT, they cannot read your tabular data. They cannot do any aggregations. Right. So these are like the practical applications. So if you give your chat GPT your, let us say, sales data, you see that I have like 10 items and these are the different sales. And if you ask chat GPT what is my sales for the month of January, it cannot give you. It is giving numbers. I mean, we have tested this. So I'm telling you from practical experience. So it gives you numbers, but even the simple additions, the numbers are wrong. Right. So that way, yes, ChatGPT is a big progress in terms of AI, where it is generating text, it is understanding the natural language, and it is able to give you answers. But it is not there yet in terms of providing meaningful business insights, right? So there you still need to have your own customized, visualizations or desktops or applications and things like that.
Agree. In fact, so the world doesn't need programmers, the world doesn't need mechanical engineers, civil engineers, anyone. The world needs a programmer who is a thought leader, a civil engineer who is a thought leader, an individual who is a thought leader. So that's where we can actually think in terms of the business perspective, not just in a generic way. In the other words, actually, what is a lot of people say that it's an automation. No, it's an automation. It's an intelligent with automation. So AI is not automation for all the freshers which have been sitting over here. And sir, to your point, sir, you have been there in this field since time, and IoT has been evolving. So railways is one of those segments, but home automation and other areas are also one of those segments. A lot of people say that home automation is something like when you change like that, the light will off. That's not the reality. But how are you actually taking this IoT picture to the world which is around you? That how important is that? What are some of the suggestions which you make for your team to go beyond the thought process?
Of course, basically there are 2-3 dimensions which I feel as an industry. Unfortunately, most of the Indian industry is a service-based industry, which we are giving a services to the else part of the world. But when we are talking about a product, any product, first thing is what is the purpose of that product, which domain we are working, or we have clarity of that domain. Unless you don't have clear clarity, what is a value is needed in that, what are the things you will be able to cut short. That means cut short in the sense, end of the day, holistic value, how we are able to get in that domain. That's where first we have to look into it. Way back, maybe 10 years back, after our success in the railways, some of the officer asked me to do the water SCADA in Vijayawada. Then he asked water SCADA, I am not expert in the water, I don't have any knowledge. He said that he has some consultant, he will do that. Then after talking to the consultant, I understood he don't have any knowledge. He has only some meter and level meter and flow meter. Then I put my brain and then started questioning. As a citizen of Vijayawada, what I want. I want continuous water or otherwise some periodic water regularly, and then quality of water, quantity of water at less cost. That is my requirement as a customer for the Vijayawada Municipal Corporation.
You have done in the own R&D.
Yeah, that's where I am. Just 1 minute. So taking that as a main top requirement, then I started looking into it. Then I said I have to do a small POC. I want some level meter and flow meter. Remaining technology I will give freely, and let us test it. Then after testing, we started understanding where the water is getting leaked. What is happening with the water in the distribution system. Then I said should be the architecture. This should be the final goals. With these are the things is needed. Then the officer, IAS officer, somehow trusted me and said, whatever Ramakrishna said, you put it in the PO, that is the entire tender. Finally, I got the tender. Then my challenge is to achieve that. Then first thing, when we start putting a census, we identified 36% of unaccounted water from pumping station to the reservoirs. The challenge is to reduce that. The second challenge is whether the people are giving the right time water to all the people. At morning 5 means 5 o'clock the water should start. Otherwise somebody is waiting for it. Somebody wasting time. Otherwise sometimes they start early, the water wastes. These are all the fundamentals. With the data, we created a patterns and see that the officer will get the dashboards, and he forces all the people to make it happen. Ultimately, within 1 month, 36% brought to 8% are accounted. That means the total ROI came within 1.5 years. Excellent. So that is where I feel if someone of us has to work in any area, you have to focus on only one area. As Mr. Indrajit is telling, so customer never knows what he wants. That is a well accepted, not today, across the world. Even when I went to Japan for training, they also said same thing. Customer doesn't know what he wants. Customer knows what he wants.
Agree.
So try to focus on any one of you enter into certain area, focus on one area, try to understand the entire intricacies of the domain and focus more into it, do more POCs, not for the paid POCs, understand the technology, and then create a team who will be able to understand the domain and then connect these technologies to that, so that we'll be able to create a higher value. End of the day, you will be specialist in that area. Then you will have a more success story in that, rather than